Here's your changes. So second race, clear. Still need a driver on the 1. Race number 3, the 2, Golden Enterprise, Cody Greeno will drive. Race 4, the 4, Mr. Good News, Jason Beatty. Race 5, the 1, Sneak Past Him, Colton Noble. The 3, Business Sense, Jason Beatty. Scratch the 4, 90 Proof. Luke Hanners on the 5, Mr. Squeeze. 6th race, Jeff Nicehonger on the 2, Cruising Over Fire. The 3, Call Me Charlie, gets Conley Newberry. The 4, Sir Malachi, Luke Hanners. Race 7, the 4, Mr. American Apple, Sean Barker II. The 5, Prince Friedrich, Jason Beatty. 8th race, number 3, Luke Hanners on Scammer. The 4, Jeff Nicehonger on Fire and Liberty. 9th race, 1 change, Colton Noble on the 4, O Money. 10th race, 99 Problems gets Alex Hawk. Race 11, the 4, Done It, Luke Hanners. The 5, Flying Ryan, Sean Barker II. Race 12, Scratch the 1, Bob's Dream. Race 13, Scratch the 1, Beantown Dragon. Luke Hanners on the 3, V-Town Mailman. Owner's change on the 4 to Tim Swartz. Race 14 is clear. Race 15, we'll have a driver change on either the 1 or the 5. And the finale, race 16, Luke Hanners on the 4, center of it all. Conley Newberry on Western Ready, the 5. Let's get them out here for the first.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome to the Clinton County Fairgrounds in Wilmington, Ohio, as we get set for County Fair Racing, a double dipper today. We were here yesterday, but Mother Nature had second thoughts about racing, so they canceled the card, brought it back today, and we will have 2 cards today, the first one beginning shortly, and then another one later this evening. I'm Frank Froz, joined today by Jasmine Arnold. Ashley Daly will join our broadcast a little later in the show. And Jasmine, you were here yesterday, and it was just a deluge of water.
There was a lot of water, and we thought it was going to go away, and then kept doing a couple more things, and there just kept more water.
And they finally decided to cancel and bring it back. You were there when they were making that decision.
They actually made that decision relatively quick, which I thought was a great idea. Good part on the fair board's part, because nobody wants to sit and wait and kind of wait it out. So they did an awesome job with that decision yesterday.
Plus, we had a little lightning, a little thunder. Heard we scared a few people.
Everything. It was everywhere.
So we will have 16 races in both cards today, and we're going to start it off. The first one, we've got some driver changes that have come in. Because there were changes made yesterday, they've gone back to some changes, so we hope we've got most of them. We'll run down those for you right now. And, Jasmine, you were writing as I was, so if I missed something, please fill me in. In the first, the number 6, it'll be Austin Hanners driving Fear the Panda. If you want to follow along with the program, you can go to harnessracingohio.com. We have the programs up for today, so you'll be able to pick up a program and follow along today with all 16 races. In the second, we're waiting on a driver change for the number 1. Jeff Nicehonger will be driving the 5. He's listed on both. The number 3, Cody Greeno, will drive. Another change. So, well, we were going to change a driver change, but now that is a scratch for number 2, Golden Enterprise. And a change back at the back with the town mailman. Not sure who we announced, but
Wilson.
Roy Wilson will drive the number 3 in the 13th. Our announcer today, Jeremy Moore. First time Jeremy's going to be behind the mic. He's worked camera for us. He's worked helping out hosting, and now he's going to try his hand at some announcing. So Brian Georges usually announces, but Brian's going to tend to his stable today, and so Jeremy Moore will be behind the mic. Picking up the rest of these driver changes in the 4th. Number 4 will be Jason Beatty. The 5, scratch the number 4, 90 Proof. Jason Beatty will drive the number 3, Business Sense. And the number 5, Mr. Squeeze, will be driven by Luke Hanners.
5-1 is Colton Noble.
Oh, 5-1, there we go. That's why we got you here. Colton Noble, okay. Colton Noble, all right, let's send it now. Let's see, the 6th, we've got Jeff Nysonger will drive the number 2, Cruising Over Fire. Luke Hanners will drive the number 4, Sir Malachi. The number 3, we did get somebody. Who do we have?
Colin Newberry.
Colin Newberry will drive that was one I knew I missed. The 3, Call Me Charlie. The 7, Sean Barker the 2nd will drive the number 4, Mr. American Pie. Jason Beatty drives the 5, Luke Hanners. The 8, Jeff Nysonger in the sulky for the number 4, Fire and Liberty.
Luke Hanners will be driving the 3 and the 8th Scammer.
Luke Hanners, okay. And we're going to rise now for our playing of our national anthem. Are coming on the track for the first, so we'll have the post-parade, but we're going to run down the rest of these changes. In the 9th, Colton Noble will drive Oh Money. Alex Hawk will drive the 2, 99 Problems in the 10th. The 11th, the number 4, Done It, Luke Hanners. The number 5, Flying Ryan, will be Sean Barker the 2nd. In the 12th, scratch the number 1, Bob's Dream. The 13th, scratch the number 1, Beantown Dragon. The 3, Roy Wilson will drive the Town Mailman. Let's see, we also had an owner change in the 13th. Tim Schwartz is the owner of Alma Mater. 14th was clear, 15th was clear, and the 16th, Colin Newberry will drive the 5, Western Ready.
And Luke Hanners will be on the 4, Center of It All.
Okay, Luke Hanners to drive.
In the 15th, we will also have a change to the 1 or the 5. Luke is listed on both, so
there you go.
We have to wait for that one.
So that'll be coming, and John Wiest is our judge today, and John runs a tight ship when it comes to making sure that all the driver changes are in. Give you the rest of our officials here today. We've got Rick Gleason is our charter. Lynn Scott Photos handling the photo finish. Brad Conrad taking the winner's circle picture. John Ingram is driving the Wepkenburg starting gate. Associate Judge Tom Hope, and also here today is Jason Bloom. Saw him up there in the booth as well. So we are about ready to roll with our first, waiting for the horses to finish coming out and have the post parade. Today is going to be a busy day, Jasmine, for a number of these trainers. When you take a look at how many horses they have, Brian George is 11 between the two cards.
His
Brett
crew
Schwartz,
is going to be busy.
11 between the two cards. You've got 8 for Mark Winters, and Ed Greeno Jr. has 8, and then Jeff Nysonger and Dan O'Mara trainers, they have 7 each in. In fact, I was talking to the Schwartz crew, and they left the horses here last night.
Oh, really?
They left them here, and they're going to be shuttling them back and forth because they are only a half an hour from where they stable, so they're going to be shuffling them back and forth. They are over at Washington Courthouse, and so
it's funny that you say that. I interviewed Alexis Schwartz last night as a groom, and I said, what do you prefer better? Do you like the fair racing or the parimutuel racing? She said, when I was younger, I liked the fair racing. She said, now that I'm older, I like the parimutuels. I said, well, why, Alexis? She said, because I don't have to fight for stalls.
And that was
So,
the-
and that's
that
the-
was exactly what she said. She says, we have stalls.
Yep.
We have stalls. So that was it. Waiting on the number 1, it looks like, to come out. We've got 6 to go to post in this race. So let's send it up to Jeremy Moore for the post parade.
For 3-year-old Colton Geldings, blanket sponsored by Hagerman Farms. The 1's going to parade last, Sparky's Desire with Jason Beatty. The 2, Naked Berry, Jeff Nysonger. The 3, Grace Car Legend with Dylan Fagan. The 4, Seeing Gray, Luke Hanners. The 5, Cleveland Top Rookie with Alex Hawk. And the 6, Fear the Panda, Austin Hanners in the sulky. Horses will be taking a couple scores going directly to the gate.
So let's tell you a little bit more about these horses. The number 1 is Sparky's Desire. Jason Beatty drives for Tyler Tinch. This is a gelding by Western Terror out of the Feelin' Frisky mare Raps Miss Frisky, owned and bred by William Myers of Xenia, Ohio. 5 starts this year, a win and a second. The win came last time out in Ottawa and has hit the board in 2 of the last 3.
So the 2, Naked Berry, Mike Paul Hamus sends this one out for Jeff Nysonger. We have 9 starts this year. We've hit the board once as a third, which was a few back by Miami Valley and a non-winners of 1 parimutuel. Looked like he had pace good there. Golden Goose Stables owns with Mike Paul Hamus from Troy.
The number 3 is Grace Car Legend. Dylan Fagan drives for Brett Schwartz. This is a bit of a legend gelding out of Boomer's Sidekick, owned by Schwartz, Racehorse Express, and Dylan Fagan. 5 starts this year, has not hit the board, did not race as a 2-year-old last time out, raced up at Northfield, finished 6th, pacing in 2:01 and 3.
The 4, Seeing Gray, a $60,000 Ohio Select Sale purchase here for the Miller Racing Stable and Mays Racing Stable. He has been out 7 times this year, has a win and a second for $12,000 in the bank. Jason Beatty has usually this guy's pilot here at the last 2 fairs. Today, Luke Hanners gets the lines.
So number 5 is Cleveland Top Rookie. Alex Hawk will drive for Philip Groves. This is a Catch the Fire out of the artificial mare Call Me Cowgirl. Philip Groves owns this horse. 3 times it has hit the board in a row. 8 starts this year, a win. That came at Circleville in 2 minutes flat. Lifetime, the only win was that win at Circleville. 21 starts, has earned $22,000.
And the 6th, that rounds out the field. Fear the Panda will start from the 2nd tier, so they only score 5 wide here. Randy Smith sends out the Fear the Dragon by APP Panda. Only 4 starts this year. Had a couple mistakes back, but Austin Hanners has the lines, and he hasn't driven this horse before, so see what he can do from the 2nd tier.
Many of these horses, in fact, 4 of them have tried the Buckeye Stallion Series, but the best finish out of all of them has been a 4th place finish, and that came from Seeing Gray. That was back in the first leg at Scioto Downs back on May 24th.
And he paced 52 there. The mile went in 49.4. If anybody watches Scioto, it's a tough group. It really is. And it's probably, I tell my mom all the time, it's the toughest racing in the country, I feel.
And they're going just so much faster. It's amazing how
Yep.
fast they are going right now.
So this first race is sponsored by Hagermeyer Farms. Scott and Cindy Hagermeyer, their daughter Lindsay. They have quite a few stallions there. Brand Quino, Heart of Chewbacca, Lane of Stone, Rodeo Romeo, and Western Terror. These guys do a phenomenal job. We have personally sent some of our mares and yearlings there, and Scott and Cindy are great. Lindsay, she's awesome. Full service boarding, breeding, and full care.
I'm not sure if Scott is watching today or not. He and Cindy are on a Jeep trek out to the west, to Utah, I believe, is where they're going. And they're staying in the Jeep for the whole trip. Yes. That's what I said to him. I said,
your back's going to hurt.
I said, they have these things called keys for a hotel room. So
well, good for
he
them.
goes, I'll
That's
be getting
awesome.
reminded of that the whole trip. So it'll be interesting.
Scott, we'll
out
book
there.
you a chiropractor's appointment when you get home.
So the starting gate's starting to roll, waiting for the number one, Jason Beatty, to get back to the backstretch and get ready to go. He was came post parading in front of the grandstand. He was late getting out onto the track. Did have permission to be the last one to post parade. He's now turning on the backstretch. The field will form up behind this Wepkenburg starting gate as we get set for our first race of the day. 3-year-old Colton Geldings, the first division of 3, going for $4,893. Let's send it over to Jeremy Moore for the call of the first, his first call as a race announcer.
Three-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers are all in behind the gate. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. And they're off from the far outside. Cleveland Top Rookie in between horses. Seeing Gray along the rail. Sparky's Desire protecting position. Getting away fourth is Naked Berry. Fifth, Grace Car Legend. And sixth, Fear the Panda. So go to backside. It's Cleveland Top Rookie with the front end. Sparky's Desire pocketed up second. Grab a 3 back to Seeing Gray. Naked Berry. Grace Car Legends fifth, and trailing the field, Fear the Panda. They go to the quarter in 29-1. Heading around to the far turn, Cleveland Top Rookie still getting the call. Second, Sparky's Desire. Third, Seeing Gray. Fourth, Naked Berry. First to move from the back. Here comes Fear the Panda trying to flush cover as they come in front of the stands for the first time. Cleveland Top Rookie is going to feel the pressure now. Seeing Gray first up. Sparky's Desire, third along the rail. Second over, Naked Berry. Third over, Fear the Panda, and trailing is Grace Car Legend. They go to the half, 59-1, 30 seconds, second panel. It's still Cleveland Top Rookie with the lead. Naked Seeing Gray on the outside. He's trying to get to him. Sparky's Desire sitting in the pocket. He's got the trip so far. Naked Berry trying to go 3 wide. Grace Car Legend sneaking up the rail. And Fear the Panda trails. They go by the 3/4 in 1:28-2. It's still Cleveland Top Rookie. He's had every call. Seeing Gray still on the outside. Sparky's Desire looking for room. Down the stretch they come. Cleveland Top Rookie. Sparky's Desire finds room coming at him. Cleveland Top Rookie on the inside. Sparky's Desire on the outside. Cleveland Top Rookie.
So Alex Hawks grabs the lead right behind the gate and doesn't give it up the whole way around, waiting on a final time. But Alex Hawk brings Cleveland top rookie home for its second win of the year. Second went to Sparky's Desire, and third to Seeing Gray. We'll wait for the final time. I did not get a final time, did
I
you?
didn't either, no.
So we'll wait for the...
Alex left the gate. He meant it. Kept the horse live the whole mile, and he did a very good job.
Well, the interesting thing is you're going to bring a perspective that I cannot bring. What it's like to be in there when you're out there going, because you drive a lot in the ladies series, and and so you can bring that perspective of what they're thinking. Let's get the time here. 157 flat for the mile, 29 and 1, 59 and 1, 128 and 2, 157 flat for the final. We'll get the official rundown from Jeremy here in a second, but unofficially, Cleveland top rookie 1, 2, Sparky's Desire, 3, Seeing Gray, the number 4. In fourth, it was the number 2, Naked Berry. Fifth was number 3, Grace Carlegend, and Fear the Panda finished 6th. Brad Conrad taking the pictures.
Katie Hartman is our outrider today.
Katie just went by.
Pretty little paint pony she's got.
Here comes your winner. Let's send it up to Jeremy.
By Catch the Fire out of the artificial mare Call Me Cowgirl. Owned and trained by Philip Groves, Sydney, Ohio. Alex Hawk in the bike. Second win of the year. New lifetime mark for Cleveland top rookie, 157 flat. Trophy sponsored by Hagmeyer Farms.
Cleveland top rookie takes 3 seconds off its lifetime mark. Set that back at Circleville. Has now hit the board in 5 of 9, and that's 4 straight for the Phillips Grove trainee.
Great work to them. It's tough.
1, Sparky's Desire. 2, the 2, Naked Berry. 4, the 3, Grace Carlegend. 5, the 4, Seeing Gray. 3, the 5, Cleveland top rookie, your winner. And 6, Fear the Panda. Finish 6. 29 and 1, 59 and 1 to the half, 128 and 2 to the 3/4 pole. Time of the mile, 157.
Well, the first of 32 in the books as we have the double card. So
don't say it like that.
We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll have our second race of the day. This one will be the 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers, the first of 6 divisions, I believe it is, going for $2,826 when we return to the Clinton County Fairgrounds.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Volstead, Coach K. Hanover, Slay, Ohio's top trotters stand at Dublin Valley Farms. Volstead's offspring include Sugar Instead, the 2023 Ohio 2-year-old Trotting Filly of the Year, and 2024 Ohio Sire Stakes winner Jurassic Hattie. Coach K. Hanover, the son of world record holder Walner, and Slay, the son of Chapter 7, standing his first season at Dublin Valley Farms. Welcome back to Wilmington, Ohio, and the Clinton County Fairgrounds. Frank Froz along with Jasmine Arnold bringing you 16 races this morning, and then this afternoon Jasmine will be back with Ashley Daly as we have our second card this evening. 16 races on that card. We were scheduled to go yesterday at 5 o'clock, but heavy rains right over the fairgrounds made the track unraceable, so they decided to postpone it and come back today. We got a full day of racing, though, for everybody on the watching across our platforms. Today we've got two from here at 12:30. They were scheduled to start at 11 at Cortland, but they've pushed it back to 12:30. They got some heavy rains late last night, and they're working the track. They will have two cards from Cortland. We've got Don Tiger and Kenny Livengood working up there. And then we are over at Bell Fountain tonight, and I'm not sure who's got the Bell Fountain. See if I can look that up, who's handling Bell Fountain duties tonight. That'll be Doug Ballinger and Michael Langer will be on the air. Matt is our shooter there. And, for those of you, we've got some people that are saying we're having audio problems, but we checked it, and it's working here. It's working on our YouTube. We just got word back from our main production studio. Matt Clark says it's working there. So the issues that people are having on YouTube with audios need to check and make sure that you are unmuted or turned up. So everything is working from our end. Knock on wood. Somewhere around here there's got to be some wood. So, but no, busy day today. 5 race cards for our fans across the state. So if you like county harness racing, this is the one you're going to like. So coming up next, Jasmine, the first of 6 divisions. We've got a lot of 2-year-old colt pacers in this, in this area.
There's a bunch. And, the Ohio breeding operation is flawless. It is absolutely flawless, and they just keep making babies, and that's why we have so many divisions.
So we will have the first of 6. It's going for $2,826. These are 2-year-olds. So for some of these, just starting out, their first career race, their second race, they have not been out a lot on the track. So let's take a look. We're still waiting for a driver for the number 1. So we don't have a driver for Yankees Mo. Logan Rowe is the trainer for owner Matt Rowe. This is a gelding by Yankee Cruiser out of the Western Ideal mare Morgau's Norir. One start this year, finished second. That was last time out at Ottawa. Race went in 2:05 and 1. 4 back, finished in 2:06 and 1. This was an $8,000 purchase at the Blooded Horse sale.
All right, the 2 is a homebred, Shelley's Fast Fool. Out of Fool Me Once, She Shall Cruise. I talked to Brian Georges yesterday, which is the trainer. He said that this gelding here is a little bit goofy. He warmed him up yesterday before the Mother Nature hit us, and he said, he's a little nervous at home. So Brian also had told me one of his fun facts yesterday. His favorite equipment is a mini bit for an overcheck. So that's a little fun fact for him. This guy had qualified once, and then he had raced at Circleville in Ottawa.
The number 3, Sean Barker II, will drive Halakala. Rachel
Onema.
Having trouble seeing today. This is a Catch the Fire, owned by Beastie out of Las Vegas and Backroad Stable out of Indiana. 1 start. That was back at Circleville, finished 4th, coming off a 3rd place finish in a qualifier at Scioto Downs, finished in 1:59.
The 4, Sparkin' the Fire. Thomas Litt sends out for Austin Hanners. Herbie Strange and Travis Reinhart own this guy, and he is a homebred. I talked to Thomas Litt yesterday, and he said that they're just looking for a good experience for this guy here. Also spoke to Thomas yesterday, and he told me his favorite piece of equipment was an open bridle, because you never know what you're going to expect.
And finally, the number 5 is 8. Colton Noble will be driving the number 1 now. So we'll tell you about the number 5, and then we'll have the post parade. The number 5, Ain't No Fire. Jeff Nysonger will drive for Travis Redden. This is a catch the fire out of Ain't No Trouble. John Ackley and Charles Taylor are the owners. This is the only winner of the group. Has won both starts this year. Was a winner at Northfield last time out, winning by a neck in 156. At Ottawa, was a winner in 205 in 1. So Jeff Nysonger will try to keep Ain't No Fire perfect in the third start.
So I actually spoke to Travis Redden yesterday. I had a blast yesterday, actually, even though we didn't race.
It's fun walking through the barns and talking
really
to trainers
is.
and finding different things out. Let's go to the post parade first.
$1 mile. Purse $2,826, sponsored by Fiesta Veracruz Restaurant. The 1, Yankees Mo. He gets services of Colton Noble. The 2, Shelley's Fast Fool, Luke Hanners. The 3, Haleakala, Sean Barker II. 4, Sparkin' the Fire, Austin Hanners. And the 5, Ain't No Fire, Jeff Nysonger in the sulky. Horses are taking one score and going directly to the gate.
So there is the post parade, and you were saying?
Yes, so I had spoke to Travis Redden yesterday, and so let's backtrack a little bit here. Yesterday, I got here super early. I was like super excited, and then all the rain came. So I kind of went through the barns. It's a different aspect for me. Usually, you know, I'm here, I'm ready to drive. And yesterday was kind of different. You know, I had my street clothes on. I had my sandals on. Everybody's looking at me. They're like, what are you doing? Well, I interviewed quite a few people yesterday, just, you know, getting fun facts, wanting to know different things about them, about their horses. So throughout all day today, all 32 races, I'll be throwing some fun facts at you. So yesterday I had spoke to Travis Redden, and Matt Steep is the groom of the 5 horse, Ain't No Fire. So I had talked to Matt yesterday, and he said Fire's very calm until he has the harness on, and then he's in race mode. He told me he loves carrots, he's very well-mannered, and you wouldn't even know he's a stud. He looks just like his dad. Travis kind of chuckled when he told me that, and he said, just like his dad. And I hope he performs like his dad as well. So Travis and Matt broke him together, and Matt's been third lining him and doing everything since day one. So good luck to those connections today.
You talked about what Brian Georges had said about his horse being a little goofy.
Oh, yeah.
Name one that is not goofy in their own way. They all have their
Right.
own quirks.
Without a doubt. And that's what makes them special, you know. Their personalities, their everything about them, their characteristics, every single one of them are different.
Well, getting ready for the second. The field's starting to form up on the back stretch. 5 to go to the gate here. We score 5 across. So all will be on the gate. Track looks to be in great shape, even though they got a lot of water. I'll tell you, if they were having any sort of a tractor pull or a demolition derby out there today, the mud is still very thick out between here and the announcer's booth.
It's gleaming. in the
It
sun.
really is.
Yeah.
You walk across. I was walking across with Brad Conrad, and it was, we were trying to find out where to step. So starting gate is in the upper turn. From the rail out, the number 1, Yankees Mo with Colton Noble. The number 2, Shelley's Fast Fool. The number 3, Haleakala. The number 4, Sparkin' the Fire. And the number 5, Ain't No Fire. Let's send it up to Jeremy Moore for the call of the second.
And here they come. And they're off in pacing from the inside. Yankees Mo goes for the lead. Shelley's Fast Fool going to drop in the 2-hole from the outside. Ain't No Fire. Jeff Nysonger drops in the third. Gap of 5 back to Haleakala. And Sparkin' the Fire trails. They go down to the quarter pole. It's still Yankees Mo with the lead. Here comes Ain't No Fire. Jeff Nysonger. He's going to want the front end. Yankees Mo yields. Shelley's Fast Fool third. Haleakala trying to catch the pack fourth, and Sparkin' the Fire still trails. They go to the quarter in 29, 3/5 second. Midway around the far turn, Ain't No Fire. He's going to set the tempo from here. Yankees Mo's going to take the pocket trip. Gap of 2 back to Shelley's Fast Fool. Haleakala has caught the field and then trailing the field, Sparking the Fire. So they head in front of the stands for the first time. It's still Ain't No Fire and Jeff Nysonger. Yankees Mo's second. Nobody's yet to make a move. Shelley's Fast Fool third. They go to the half. 59 seconds flat. Heading to the 5/8. Ain't No Fire on the front end. Yankees Mo. Shelley's Fast Fool still third. Haleakala fourth. Sparking the Fires catch the field. They head to the 3/4 pole. Here comes Shelley's Fast Fool. Luke Hanners first to move. Ain't No Fire still on the front end. First up, Shelley's Fast Fool. Yankees Mo content to sit third there. Haleakala fourth. Sparking the Fire fifth. They go to the 3/4 and 1:28-1. Midway around the final turn. Ain't No Fire opens up by 2. Yankees Mo second. Shelley's Fast Fool on the outside for third. They come down top of the stretch. Here comes Yankees Mo. He's popped the pocket. Ain't No Fire on the inside. Yankees Mo charging on the outside. Yankees Mo. Colton Noble. Time of the mile, 1:57-2.
1:57-2 for a 2-year-old colt pacer. Colton Noble looks like he got up at the wire for the win.
Yeah, he was flying on the outside. That was a pretty good stretch drive by Colton, and he was very patient there.
We're right on the line. It looks like he got it, but we're gonna have to wait for the photo finish and see who they do post as the winner. But I think Colton Noble might have got up for the win.
Brian said Shelley's Fast Fool was awfully nervous at home. He didn't look too nervous. Looked pretty good coming first up for, his third lifetime start ever.
The number 5, Ain't No Fire, was a 1-9 overwhelming favorite.
Jeff made a pretty aggressive move right before the quarter. Alex was on the front, and Jeff said, hang on a second. I'll tempo the fractions from here. Looks like Colton's headed our way.
It looks like Colton Noble gets the win. Second to Ain't No Fire. Third, Shelley's Fast Fool. Fourth, Haleakala. And number 4, Sparking the Fire, finishes 5th. Here comes Colton Noble around. Let's send it up to Jeremy.
For the second race, the winner, number 1, Yankees Mo. 2-year-old big gelding by Yankee Cruiser out of the Western Ideal mare. Morgos Neuer. Matt Rowe, Urbana owns. Logan Rowe trains. First lifetime win for Yankees Mo. Time of the mile, 1:57-2.
So Colton Noble comes home with the victory. Colton, the son of Dan Noble, one of the top drivers in the country. In fact, I think Dan right now is second. I think somebody's told me nationally in wins. I've got to look that up, though. So,
it's amazing to me that this son of Yankee Cruiser, he just walks in there like he's been there 100 times. Has a head pull on the inside, has a line pull on the outside, and he's just act like he's been there forever.
So, second race is done. Next up, we'll have the 2-year-old colt and geldings, the first division of trotters. 4 to go to the gate. We had 5 scratched down to 4. The number 2 Golden Enterprise has been scratched. We'll take a break and we'll tell you all about the third when we return to the Clinton County Fair.
Hi, I'm Dean Gillespie, and I want to tell you about the Ohio Colt Racing Association. There's 19 member fairs, and they sponsor the Partial Futurity in Greenville, Ohio. You need to race in the OCRA. Great racetracks, great people. Bring the kids and come out to the fair, and remember, fair time is fun time.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres' experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
Welcome back to Wilmington, Ohio, and the Clinton County Fair. I thought Dan Noble was second in the standings. He's third currently among all drivers. The number one driver, Aaron Merriman, 481 wins going into today. Jason Bartlett is second with 415. Dan Noble third with 374. Brett Beckwith is sitting fourth with 353. And then it's Ronnie Wren Jr. with 328. So Ohio has three of the top five, and throw in Chris Page sitting there sixth. Four of the top six drivers reside here in the Buckeye State. So we will now take a look at our third race. This is the trot going for $4,800, the first of three divisions today for 2-year-old Colton Gelder. And the number one is What a Party. Luke Hanners will drive for Alicia Hanners. This is a What the Hill out of the Cantab Hall mare Ticket to the Party, owned by Luke and Brandy Duncan. Making its first career start, this was a $4,500 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale.
Unfortunately, the 2 is out, so we're going to go to the 3, Bunsun. David Meyer is going to train and drive for owner Julie and Kelly Meyer. This guy here was at Circleville in Ottawa. He looked like he was on the front at Ottawa and trotted 204 and 2 for David. This is a Team 6 out of Desire Outcome, which is a Tom Ridge mare.
The number 4 is Tony Paco. Jeff Neisonger drives for Robert Werner. This is a Marseille Colt. Pasco Vusa. Hey, man, I'm having a tough day today.
Hey, it's okay.
Let's see. We're going to give it a shot here. Lucina out of Michigan is the owner. Finished second in its only start. That came at Ottawa. Jeff Neisonger had the lines there. Trotted in 2:05.
So the 5, J.N.'s Pegs Prodigy. James Bolin is the trainer. Charles Bolin is the owner and driver. This guy was bred by Mary Jo Bross, which I'm not sure if you guys know Doyle or Mary Jo. They actually gave me the pleasure of driving one of their homebreds at Delaware. So that was awesome. This guy here looks like he's made a couple mistakes, but they are 2-year-olds. It's going to happen. They're trotters. It's also going to happen. So this 2-year-old Long Tom, Charles is going to put him on the gate and see what he can do.
Well, that's where the MJ comes from. Mary Jo and all of the horses that they breed, they have that MJ at the beginning.
So yesterday I was talking to the Hanners crew, Alicia and Luke and their groom Meadow. So I spoke to Luke yesterday and Alicia, and they told me that this guy here, What a Party, a 2-year-old gelding by What the Hill. He's an honest trotter. He was an online purchase. They like what they see for now, but anything can happen. You know, they're 2-year-olds and they're here. I talked to Luke yesterday and asked him a couple questions. I asked him what his most memorable mile was, and it doesn't have to be a win, but he cut me off before I could even finish my question, and he told me Surreal Ideal at Scioto, win a mile in 48 and win the Open for him. So congratulations to those connections, and that was pretty awesome to see. Unfortunately, I wasn't there that night, but that was a pretty neat mile. Go ahead.
Nope.
I had also spoke to Luke yesterday and asked him what his favorite piece of equipment was as a driver, and he kind of looked at me and he kind of shrugged his shoulders, and I said, well, there's got to be something that you like, and he said, I like Murphy blinds. So there you go.
You would think of a driver, my sulky maybe, lines, my gloves, so I get
I had
better
a guy
feel.
yesterday. He gave me a way better answer than that. We'll get to that later, but So Luke's like his Murphy blinds, and hoping to see that this trotter can do for them.
Well, we like when people are watching and commenting, and it was funny. I was talking to our presiding judge, John Wiest, earlier today, and every time he's a judge, his sister gets on and gives a little shout out to her little brother, Kim Wiest Williams. So, Kim, happy to have you watching again, and as John says, you continue to embarrass him, but that's okay. and every time you give him his shout out, but that's what big sisters are for, to pick on little brothers.
John picks on me all the time, so I need her on my side.
Frank Bright also wishing good luck to his cousin Jim and his son Chuck, who will be, or James will, and his son Chuck, who driving here in the 4th, driving MJ's Pegs Prodigy. Waiting for the rest of the field to come on out for the post parade for this, the third. 16 on the card today, the first card. Then we'll be back later this afternoon at 5 o'clock for the second card of the day. 16 more races, and that's where it's going to get a little crazy, probably around 1 or 2 o'clock, as you got horses leaving the grounds, horses coming in, guys that had stalls set for the morning or have to get out of the way for the stalls coming in for the second card today. It's kind of nice. The stalls are marked with the name so they know where they're going to go. You get to some fairs and you kind of just, get what you can. We do have some, we've got some trainers that are racing out of their trailers. The trailers are parked in some grass off to the side, and so the horses are racing out of their trailers today.
We like to call that fair times fun time.
There it is. Yep.
So this third race is sponsored by Buckley Brothers. Buckley Brothers has been in business since 1904. They have 3 locations that I'm aware of. There could be more, so don't quote me there. There's one here in Wilmington, Washington Courthouse, and Morrow. And they are open from 8 to 5:30. So also not just horse feed. They have a little bit of everything. So I personally am a proud supporter of Buckley Brothers. So
there you go.
There we
Give
go.
them that plug.
That's right.
Waiting on Luke Hanners to come out. 3 of the 4 are out, waiting on the 4th. And can look across. It looks like Luke Hanners making his way between the barns right now, and he'll be coming out onto the track shortly. He is the number 1, so he will lead today's post parade. Beautiful day, though, here compared to yesterday. Some big white puffy clouds.
The track is phenomenal. I seen all the water on it yesterday. It was 3-4 wide up the backside, and then for them to go, 1 mile and 57 is absolutely awesome. So kudos to the track crew that's here. I'm not exactly sure who is out there. I think I seen Bob Scott in a truck, and I also seen Brian Georges and his crew in trucks yesterday as well. So kudos to you guys.
Well, as we wait for the post parade, looks like they're starting
without him.
3, 4, and 5, waiting on the number 1. So,
he's coming on the track now.
Let's go up for the post parade.
It will be Luke Hanners. The 2 is Scratch. 3, Bunsen with David Meyer. The 4, Tony Paco, Jeff Nysonger. And the 5, MJ's Pegs Prodigy, Charles Bolin and the sulky. 4 2-year-olds be scoring 1 time and going directly to the gate. Sponsor, Buckley Brothers.
So our first 2 races went in 57 and 57 and 2. And taking a look at the records here at Wilmington. We don't have all of them, unfortunately. We try our best to get as many as we can. The all-age pace record, 54-3. The all-age trot record, 57-4. And we've got the 3-year-old colt pace and the 3-year-old colt trot. The 3-year-old colt pace Snow Moon was set back in 2020, 155-3. The 3-year-old colt trot, A Line of Stone, set last year by Jeff Nysonger, was in the bike. The all-age pace was Cyclone Union Jack, set here last year by Mark St. Louis Jr. driving, 154-3. And A Line of Stone, which has the 3-year-old colt trot mark, also has the all-age mark as well. So this is the track that Roger Houston got his start, his first career race call ever. In 1960, Jeremy Moore, our announcer today, making his very first race call from here as well. So if you're watching Jeopardy and that question comes up, what two Ohio track announcers started their careers in Wilmington at the Clinton County Fair, the correct answer would be who are Roger Houston and Jeremy Moore. And if you get the daily double, then you hit the race 1 and 2.
There you go. Jeremy, he's a hoot. So I worked with Jeremy last year at Xenia at my hometown fair and for the OHHA broadcast, and Jeremy came up to me about a month ago. He said, "Hey, volunteered you for something." I said, "Oh, boy."
I thought today was your first. So
Nope.
you did one last year.
Yep.
Well, good. So
Yep.
you're a seasoned veteran. Heck,
Oh,
with all the
I don't know about
you're
that.
getting all these accolades here about how great you're doing. Well, heck, this isn't your first time. You've done it before. So we are set to go. The starting car is in the upper turn. Let's take a look at the field from the rail out. The number 1
What a party.
is What a Party with Luke Hanners, the number 2, Scratch, the number 3, Bunsen, David Myers, Tony Paco, the number 4 with Jeff Nysonger, MJ's Peg's Prodigy with Charles Bolin, the number 5. Let's send it up to Jeremy Moore.
The 3, Bunsen on a break. They're off and trotting. Tony Paco, Jeff Nysonger goes to the front end. Second along the rails, What a Party. The 3, Bunsen, still on a break and trailing the field. MJ's Peg's Prodigy. As they go down toward the quarter pole, it's still Tony Paco with the lead. What a Party is sitting second. Third on the outside, still on a break, is Bunsen. And fourth, MJ's Peg's Prodigy. They go past to the quarter. 30 seconds flat. It's still Tony Paco with the lead. What a Party sitting second. MJ's Peg's Prodigy third. And still on the gallop, going to have to wait for Lebden, is Bunsen. They go past the 3/8 mile marker. It's Tony Paco, the Marcel gelding, on the front end. Second is What a Party. MJ's Peg's Prodigy and Chucky Bolin sitting third. And still off stride is Bunsen. They go past the half, 101 and 4/5. 31 and 4, second panel. Tony Paco with the lead. What a Party still sitting second. Chucky Bolin, MJ's Peg's Prodigy, still hasn't moved yet. And Bunsen trails. They go down the backside, going to the three-quarter pole. Tony Paco with the lead. Here comes MJ's Peg's Prodigy. He's going to come up to challenge. Was third, now second. Along the rail, What a Party. They go past the three-quarter pole, 132 and 1. Midway around the final turn, Tony Paco with the lead. MJ's Peg's Prodigy. He's got to his will. Can't make any up more ground, and down the stretch they come. Tony Paco, Jeff Nysonger, they've got every call. They're going to get every call. Second's going to be MJ's Peg's Prodigy, and third, What a Party. Tony Paco. Time of the mile, 2:02 and 2/5.
2:02 and 2/5 for Tony Paco. Wins the first race of his career, the Colt by Marseille.
So this mare, T-Eyes Punch, This is her first foal, and if you watch this horse down the backside, he's got a tie down on, but man, does he slick gaited. Has a nice level head, beautiful way of going. I'm not that experienced on trotters, I should say, but I know a good horse when I see it, and I definitely like the way that guy goes.
So Jeff Nysonger picks up the win. Bunsen, as Jeremy Moore said, will have to wait until the next time was on an extended gallop. And how hard is it when a horse gets on that extended gallop to get it back on the pace or the trot, whatever the gait may be?
Well, personally, they're being 2-year-olds, this is their first big dance. Like, that horse has had 2 other starts, but he was right in the middle of the pack, and everybody else is leaving the gate. It's tough, and horses are fight or flight, right? So he's scared. He's not on gate, and, he's got hobbles on, and there was just a lot going on for him. But I did notice, after he got his googlies out or whatever it was, whatever he was doing out there, he did trot a nice last quarter. I mean, he looked good. He knows what he's doing. I think he just got a little nervous today.
And that's what we've talked about a lot, especially with these 2-year-olds, the trotters. Sometimes it's better just to be slow and mind their manners rather than speed.
Without a doubt.
Here comes Jeff Nysonger back to the winner's circle.
2-year-old colt by Marcel out of the my MVP mare, T.I.'s Punch, owned by Pasco Vicina, Commerce Township, Michigan, trained by Robert Warner. Jeff Nysonger in the sulky. First career win for Tony Paco. Trotted the mile in 2:02 and 2/5.
Final time, 2:02,
Blanket, sponsored by
2/5. So Jeff Nysonger picks up his first win of the card. And let's go for the rundown.
Finished third. The 2 was scratched. The 3, Bunsen, was fourth. The 4, Tony Paco, your race winner. And the 5, MJ's Peg's Prodigy, finished second. 30 seconds flat to the quarter, 1:01 and 4 to the half. 3 quarters, 1:32 and 1. Time of the mile, 2:02, 2/5. Fourth race coming up.
So third race now in the books. We'll get set for the fourth race today as we move through our 16 races. A couple of changes in the, or one change in the fourth. This will be the second division of 2-year-old colt and gelding pacers. Jason Beatty will drive the number 4, Mr. Good News. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll tell you about the horses in this, the fourth.
Wellston in Jackson County is located a scenic 82 miles southeast of Columbus. Enjoy the sights and sounds of some true Southern Ohio hospitality as you head to the Jackson County Fair held from Friday, July 11th through Saturday the 19th. Visit the several golf courses in the area or the Lake Catherine State Nature Preserve. And you can explore the hills at Leo Petroglyph State Memorial, where you can see the rock carvings of ancient indigenous people and the graffiti of our ancestors up close. At Buckeye Furnace State Memorial Park, find out about the 1852 restored charcoal blast furnace and how over 300,000 tons of pig iron was produced in its day. What town founder Harvey Wells envisioned as Pittsburgh of the West was one time the second highest producer of iron in the young country. Downtown Wellston offers great places to eat, and nestled among the nooks and crannies are various curio shops. It's just one of the many stops you can make as you follow Driving Park Road to the Southern Valley Colt Circus stake races on July 11th and July 12th. Post time, 6 p.m. And you'll be saying, yeah, I'm going to Jackson.
Do you love horses and the outdoors? There are hundreds of immediate openings across Ohio for caretakers and grooms. Work with these beautiful animals every day. Health insurance, vision care, prescription benefits, and a retirement plan are available to those that qualify. Help care for these beautiful animals. Immediate openings across Ohio. For more information, visit OhioHorseJobs.com. That's OhioHorseJobs.com.
Welcome back to the Clinton County Fair as we get set for our fourth race of the day. And this will be the second division for 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers. A lot of divisions today. I think we said we had 6 of the pace for the 2-year-olds.
And 4 of the trot?
4 of the trot, I
Yep.
think, is what we've got. So a lot of these horses getting their first taste of the fair action. And what will happen is we see some of these horses, the trainers are going to realize that they may not be ready to go, that they need more maturing. So, they may not race them as much, or they may decide just to turn them out, put them in the field, and bring them back as a 3-year-old. We've got a number of those that did not race as 2-year-olds, but have come back very strong as 3-year-olds, just figuring out what's going on and deciding that they are better off as 3-year-olds.
Yeah. And one thing, that we all have to remember, these guys are athletes. They're not machines. So
and that's the other thing, too, is, some days you wake up and you're not ready to go to work.
No.
And some days they wake up and they're like,
And
you know what, I don't want to go to work.
In this sport, everybody has a bad day. Horses have bad days. We have bad days. Drivers have bad days, Sometimes you wake up on the wrong side of the bed. And it's okay. We're human. It can
they're
happen.
Horses.
Right.
So the horses are coming out for the fourth. Let's take a quick look at the field. The number 1 is Bombay Up. Luke Hanners drives for Alicia Hanners. This is a lather up gelding out of the Always a Virgin mare, Affinity Hanover, owned by Hanners Racing of New Holland, making its first career start. Was an $11,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale. Did qualify at Scioto Downs, finished 6th, and paced in 158 and 3.
The 2, Don't Tell Matt, which this guy's a homebred. Matt Rowe owns, so I could only imagine who was going to name this guy here. He, he's a well set out of Sayre's Little Sis, which is a Nobleland Sam mare. Well seds are probably, a very popular pacing stallion. So he's had 1 start. One other one was a qualifier, so they're probably going to get experience for him today.
The number 3 is Cook with Fire. Christopher Hope will drive. He also trains. He also is part owner of this Catch the Fire, along with T. Baker, Aloy, and Kay Briggs, making its first career start, an $8,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale.
So the 4, Mr. Good News. I got a really cool, funny story about this guy, too. He is a summa cum laude out of Real Nasty, which is a real artist mare. He has 1 qualifier under his belt. Jason Beatty is going to take the lines today for Brian Georges, Kevin Manley, and Kevin Walker. So I was talking to Brian yesterday, and he told me, this colt was super easy to break. Great gated. He's just a little bit nervous, which I think we're going to hear that a lot with these 2-year-olds. This is only their second time on the big stage, second or third time on the big stage, so I expect them to be nervous. So that is one thing that I expect to hear a lot. So Brian and Kevin and Kent have bred this horse, Mr. Good News. So Brian told me yesterday, anytime that Kevin Manley's involved, something always bad happens. So yesterday he told me, he said, we told Kevin, this one's yours. This is Mr. Good News. So I thought that was kind of funny. And I told Brian, I said, man, I don't know if I want to say that on air, but it was a good story. And, they're all good company. So good luck to these guys. And I love a horse with an awesome name and a meaning behind it.
Well, and that's the funny thing is you can take a look and you've got some horses that you can tell, the name comes from the dam and the stallion mixed together or something. A lot of the Catch the Fires, like the number 3 Cook with Fire, Catch the Fire. So you find that. But when you find the name that has, a meaning behind it, and I laugh, we were sitting, I think it was I was at Marion. I was up at Marion doing some of the races at Marion, and one of the horses up there is named Eddie Nine Toes. And there's a great story behind it. And, Ed Tell, who's passed away, his son Dan said, yeah, it was named after Dad. He only had 9 toes. So you get names like that, and you kind of sit there and you laugh at them, and then you see some names and you go, okay.
Where did they get that?
Well, where did they get that? But even names that when you're trying to use the stallion and the dam, and they put something together, and you just go, you couldn't come up with anything better than that? I mean, like, cook the fire's good. Like, don't tell Matt. There's a story behind that.
Oh,
There's
and
gotta
I'm going to
be.
get the
Yeah.
story. We just might take me a couple days.
You know, like Bombay Up, okay? Got a feeling that's got something to do with Bombay gin, straight up, you know, because it's got
And a
nothing.
lather up, and
you know, so we'll see what those are as we wait for the horses to come out on the track for the 4th.
I do have some information on the one, Bombay Up. I spoke to Alicia yesterday. She said this gelding does have quite a bit of ability. The boys, which I'm assuming was Luke and Austin, they say he's putting everything together. So with only one qualifier under his belt, and they say he's putting things together, a mile and 58 and 3, like, that's awesome.
You know, you think about that, you know, Alicia training, her 2 sons drive, you know, they're driving at the pari-mutuel tracks, they're driving at the top level. The information that they can give back to Mom on different things that they're seeing when they're sitting behind these horses.
Without a doubt.
You know, just help the development of it. You know, it might be like, hey, this one's not ready yet. Or this one, hey, let's try this. You know, when you've got 3 minds like that working, you know, it helps an awful lot.
It's a powerhouse, that's for sure. And, you know, the boys, they have some pretty good accounts there at Scioto. And, you know, they drive good horses and they drive bad horses. They could be like, hey, this is what this guy does. Let's try this.
Exactly. Yep.
So, also, the groom, Meadow, she told me that Bombay Up loves his dog toys. She said he's got toys all over his stall, and he's a playful little fella.
We're waiting for one more to come out. It looks like we are waiting on the number 4. Nope, Jason Beatty is out there already, so it must be the 2 we're waiting on then. Jeff Nysonger and Don't Tell Matt. Looking at the backstretch and don't see him coming out yet. The other 3 are down in the first turn, waiting to post parade.
So I spoke to the groom of the one yesterday of Bombay Up, Meadow. She told me yesterday, I asked her a couple of questions, you know, do you like pari-mutuels or do you like fairs better? And she said pari-mutuel tracks, and she kind of chuckled. I said, why? She said the fairs are just too much.
It's
a lot.
It makes, you know, I was like talking to Alexis Schwartz today, you know, a long day, you know, you got to feed the horses that you had at home. You know, they did not ship them here. They left them here last night, so they had to get somebody over here to feed them this morning.
Right.
You know, then you've got the ones that you've got to
What
train
about the
and
ones
jog.
that are racing tomorrow?
Train
you
and
know?
jog, you got to take care of those.
Oh,
Then
yeah.
you got to take care of all the horses here, get them back, bring the second bunch over later tonight, take care of that. Then when you get back, you got to feed them all tonight. It's a long, long day tonight.
It takes an army to get everything done, you know. Kudos to Brian Georges and his crew, Brett Schwartz and their crew. You know, they have 11 in and 2 cards. Like, they don't have one person for each horse. They're all hustling. They're all sweating, you know.
And finding good help is one of the hardest things we know about in the industry. That's why we now have OhioHorseJobs.com. If you're looking to get involved or you know somebody who's looking for a job, go to Ohio Horse Jobs. We've got jobs listed there. Trainers from all over the state are looking for help. They're on there, and they will.
Don't tell Matt. Don't tell Matt's a late scratch.
Well, there you go. Don't tell Matt. Just get scratched. And so we will have the post parade coming up here in a minute. So this will be scratched down to 3 as they come around. But yeah, you know, and these trainers, they'll teach you. You know, they are desperate for help. They will teach you
without a doubt
what you need to learn. So they're coming around. We're down to 3. Let's send it up to Jeremy Moore for today's post parade.
Horses are on the track parading the post for race number 4, 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pace. Second division, going for a purse of $2,826. Blanket, sponsored by Fiesta Veracruz. Number 1, Bombay Up with Luke Hanners. The 2 is a late scratch. The 3, Cook with Fire, Christopher Hope. And the 4, Mr. Good News. Drivers change to Jason Beatty. Horses take one score, go directly to the gate.
The field being cut down from 4 to 3, that's going to change the purse money for these owners. And now the winner will get 60% rather than the traditional 50 for a 5-horse field or 55 for a 4-horse field. Second will get 28, and third will take home 12%. So, the winner going to get a little more into his pocket, especially that's kind of nice when you're racing 6 divisions and the purse is $2,800.
And with one less horse, it's almost like a training mile. They're 2-year-olds. This Cook with Fire coming out of the 3-hole, he now moves down to the 2, and he's gonna get experience with less horses. And sometimes I'm not a baby trainer by no means, but I will also agree that you can get experience. Less is more. But it's also horse racing, so who knows what these guys are going to do.
We've got some people asking about Cortland. Cortland today has been pushed back. Their first post time will be at 12:30 today. We believe that you'll be able to watch that on OHHA Broadcast, which is a new Facebook page, or over on our YouTube channel. Facebook has made some changes now. It's making it tougher for us to carry 2 live cards on our Facebook page, so we've got to find other possibilities. You can also go to harnessracingohio.com, and all the races will be there. So 3 to go to the gate. The gate is moving. The number 1, Bombay Up with Luke Hanners. Scratch the 2, Don't Tell Matt. The number 3 is Cook with Fire, Christopher Hope in the sulky. And the number 4 is Mr. Good News, Jason Beatty with the drive. Let's send it up to Jeremy Moore for the 4th.
Scratch down to a field of 3. All in behind the Mike Walkenberg starting gate, and here they come. They're off and pacing from the far outside. Mr. Good News goes for the lead. Bombay Up's going to protect the rail. Getting away third. Cook with Fire as they go down to the turn there. Bombay Up's going to come out with the lead. Mr. Good News going to take the pocket trip. Cook with Fire is going to see them all as they head down to the quarter pole. Bombay Up and Luke Hanners, they're going to call the shots. Sitting second, Mr. Good News, Jason Beatty. Sitting third, Cook with Fire, Christopher Hope. They go past the quarter-mile station in 29-4. Bombay Up with the lead. He's going to start dragging the brakes a little bit. Mr. Good News sitting second. Third, Cook with Fire as they go past the 3/8. Heading to the stands for the first time. Bombay Up, the lather up gelding. He's on the front end by 2. Sitting second, Mr. Good News, the summa cum laude gelding. And then third, Cook with Fire, the Catch the Fire gelding. They go past a half. 101 1/5. Head over to the 5/8 mile station. It's still Bombay Up, Luke Hanners. Nobody's yet to make a move on him. Mr. Good News still in the pocket. A gap of 4 back to Cook with Fire as they head down to the 3/4 pole. Bombay Up, Luke Hanners. He's looking good right now. Mr. Good News trying to reel him in. Cook with Fire. He's still back there. So they head to the 3/4 pole. 1:32 31 second. Backside. And Bombay Up has opened up by 5. Mr. Good News second, gap of 6 back to Cook with Fire. Down the stretch they come. Bombay Up, Luke Hanners looking strong. Going to be second, Mr. Good News. But it's all gate to wire. Bombay Up. Time of the mile, 2:02 flat. Barn area, let's get him out.
For the 1-9 favorite, Bombay Up. Luke Hanners took the leather up gelding to the lead, never looked back. Easy mile for the victory, and all 3 of them making their very first career start behaved. And Luke Hanners though just had the better horse.
And he had the rail. He protected the rail position there, and Beatty had his hands full at first, but also, I'm gonna say it 1,000 times today. They're 2-year-olds. They don't know. They don't know how to rate a mile yet. They don't know, they don't know much. They're still learning. So, Jason did an awesome job with that horse there. He was running in the straightaways pretty hard. Jason was kind of playing with him here. The turns he had him right where he needed him, and just came up a little bit short. But also, when you're at the half in 101, it's just a training mile for them. So
Bombay Up picks up the first win of its career in the very first race for him. He'll be making his way back around to the winner's circle. And for Jeremy Moore, who's announcing for the first time, that's a tough race. You only got 3 horses to talk about. You ask any announcer, would you rather have a 3-horse field or about an 8-horse field? And they'd rather have more. That way there's more to talk about, and you're not trying to fill words. It becomes tough. I know a couple years ago I was doing this at Richfield, in Mansfield and Richland County, and the announcer there was miscommunication, so they didn't have one. So next thing I knew, I was thrown into doing the announcing, and Jay Wolf got on the camera, worked the camera, and we got it all done. So
awesome.
Here comes your
Jack of
winner
all
back.
trades.
Exactly. Here comes your winner back to the winner's circle. Let's go to Jeremy.
Race number 1, Bombay Up. Bay Gelding by Lather Up out of the Always Virgin mare, Affinity Hanover. Alicia Hanners trains. Hanners Racing Stable, New Holland, Ohio. Luke Hanners, the winning driver. First career start, first career win for Bombay Up. Blanket sponsored by Fiesta Veracruz. Fourth race is official. The number 1, Bombay Up, is your winner. 2 was Scratch. 3, Cook with Fire was 3. And 4, Mr. Good News, finished second. 29-4 to the quarter. 101-1 to the half. 3/4, 132-1. Time of the mile, 2:02.
Brad Conrad doing all the work today, throwing the blanket, taking the pictures.
he is also a jack of all trades.
So a couple of changes for our 5th coming up. Colton Noble will drive the 1. Jason Beatty will drive the 3. Scratch the 4, 90 proof. The number 5, Luke Hanners, will drive Mr. Squeeze. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll have the 5th from the Clinton County Fairgrounds.
In Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm has the stallions you are looking for, like What the Hill, Uncle Peter, and In Range, as well as branded by Lindy, Jug winner Luz Pearlman, Racing Hill, and Guardian Angel Oz. Hickory Lane will offer a host of Ohio sired yearlings this fall, including 6 by In Range, 5 by Uncle Peter, 4 by Guardian Angel Oz, and 1 by What the Hill. Find out more at hickorylanefarm.com.
Make summer memories this year at the Ohio County Fairs. The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association will be live streaming every race this year, and we want you to be there. Be a part of the excitement with the 2025 Ohio County Fair Racing Passport. Stop by the OHHA broadcast location in the grandstand to pick up your passport and stamp. Get stamps at every fair you attend. Prizes will be awarded to those that attend the most racing programs. Get your passport at the first fair you attend or call the OHHA office at 614-221-3650. Harness Racing, the fastest ride at the fair.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. It makes a world of difference.
Welcome back to the Clinton County Fair. Frank Frost along with Jasmine Arnold as we get set to bring you race number 5 on our card. Don't forget, when you come to one of our county fairs, you just saw the commercial, pick up your Ohio County Fair Harness Racing Passport, collect stickers, and we'll have some great prizes. for people at the end of the year. I want to encourage people to attend county fairs across the state. Great time to get out and have a little fun. You know, for those of you that like the rides, just remember, though, harness racing is the fastest ride at the fair.
I've been watching these broadcasts, I don't know, since I started the fairs in 17, but that's the first time I've heard that.
Heard what? Fastest rate?
Yeah,
That's
fastest
that's our slogan this year.
Well, where have I been? Because
that's just this year's. You know,
okay,
we've had hot summer fun in the past.
Yep,
We've got fair time is fun time. You know, so we sit around the staff and kind of throw a bunch of ideas up at the wall. And even now we're working on next year's. You know, we got a couple ideas on the board that we kind of walk by and look. You erase it, put something new up there. And you never know what you get. Well, we got to credit Matt Clark for this one. Matt got the credit for this one. So.
Great work, Matt.
Yeah, so we did that.
We'll have to put Matt behind the gate, and he'll have to experience it.
I think Matt would love to be out here. You know, this is Matt's dream job. His family was in the business, and he's a media guy, and he just loves what he's doing. And we thank him for everything.
And he's good at his job.
Oh, I mean,
he is phenomenal at his job.
Great things, and now we got Stephen Taylor, who's with me today here running our camera. Stephen has brought a wealth of knowledge as well, and the fact that Stephen will walk into my office and go, "Hey, I learned this last night." Great, I'll keep learning because this old brain can't take it.
I'll
these
teach
young
ya.
people, exactly. So as we get set for the 5th, this is the 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trotters will take to the track. The record for the 3-year-old Colt Trotters set by a line of stone back in 2024. Mark Winter Seniors trains. Jeff Nysonger drove 157 and 4, and we've had 2 of our first races were in that 157 area. So, you never know. Track record could be in jeopardy today. The track really fast. They had a lot of rain yesterday, but great job by this crew to get the track ready to go. And so we are scratched down from the 5 down to 4 with 90 proof being out. Let's tell you a little bit about these as the horses come onto the track. The number 1 is Sneak Past Them. Colton Noble will get the drive for Jessica Smith. This is a gelding by Marseille out of the Donato Hanover mare Sneaker Hanover. Jessica Smith owns 9 starts this year, a couple of third-place finishes. Last year won 1 of 18, $18,000 in the bank for the for Sneak Past Them. Last time out, a third-place finish at Ottawa, trotting in 2:05 and 4.
The 2, Swan Hill of a Night. Mike Paul Hamus sends this 3-year-old gelding by What the Hill out of Black Swan. Fun fact, this is a half-sister to Trumpeter Swan. In 2022, I drove her half-sister at Delaware. Swan Hill of a Night has 4 starts this year. Jeff has drove this horse in the past, but not recently. So hopefully Jeff can get this guy on the right track. The 3, Jason Beatty is going to drive Business Sense for Dan O'Mara. Business Sense did not race as a 2-year-old, but is racing as a 3-year-old. Has 9 starts this year for $665 in the bank. At Ottawa, had a little mistake there at the gate, but Beatty has never driven this horse before, so hopefully that he can get him on the right track as well.
So which one are we up to, 5 now?
Yeah, the 4 is out.
Okay,
The 5.
number 5 is Mr. Squeeze. Luke Hanners will drive for Steve Carter. This is a Muscle Up the Gold, owned by Part-Time Stable of Napoleon, Michigan. 7 starts this year. Has hit the board with a win, a second, and a third. Lifetime 2 wins at 16 starts. Has hit the board in 3 of the last 4. Was a winner 2 back at Scioto Downs, trotting in 156 and 1. This horse saw action in the Buckeye Stallion Series earlier this year. Raced in the Buckeye Stallion Championship as a 2-year-old last year. Finished 5th in that race. Yeah, you take a look at Swan Hill of a Night. That's a horse that just right now not minding its manners at all. You take a look, only 1 race, and that was a qualifier where it did not make a break. You got to go all the way back to August 2nd of 2024. racing in the Ohio State Fair race, did not make a break. That's the only one of the lines not showing a break.
But it's only early, so I feel like it's something.
A lot of it-
Something's
lot-
going
some-
on early.
Yeah, something is triggering it early, causing the
Yep.
horse to make the break. So that's one of those where try to stay flat if you can. Good things can happen.
Yep. And Mike and his crew do a phenomenal job. So, you know, even if you're at the races and this guy goes back to Scioto or he goes to Northfield, don't ever throw him out. You know, like.
The number 3 Business Sense did not race as a 2-year-old. That's one of the ones that we talked about. Probably was not ready to go as a 2-year-old. So bring it back as a 3-year-old. Still trying to figure things out a little bit. 9 starts, still looking to hit the board. As we are getting set for the post parade, 3 of them are out. Still waiting for the 4th. Just making it onto the track is Colton Noble with the number 1 Sneak Past Them. So let's send it up for the post parade.
3-year-old Colton Gelding trot for a purse of $4,632. Blanket sponsored by Ski Racing Stables. The one's going to parade last to 2, Swan Hill of a Night, Jeff Nicesonger. The 3, Business Sense, going to get Austin Hanners. The 4, Scratch. The 5, Mr. Squeeze with Luke Hanners. And parading last, the 1, Sneak Past Him, Colton Noble in the sulky. We're just going to take one score, and they're going directly to the gate.
So there is the field for this, the 5th race of the card.
I think I made a mistake. The 3, it looks like that's Austin Hanners, not Beatty.
Well, let's see. I've got Jason Beatty down too, so let's see. And they come around.
I think he's right over there on the backside.
Yeah, that doesn't look like Jason's
Jason.
black and white.
So I think that's Austin.
We'll call it Austin for now, and we'll make sure we check it when he comes back around.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's Luke because Luke has the darker colors of the 2. So
Which,
Luke's on the 5.
You know, that's the thing. You get Luke and Austin on the other side. You can't tell them apart. You get any of the Levans on the other side of the track. You can't tell them apart. And you start looking at body types, figuring out who sits more upright, who's more back, and you try different things.
I will say that Austin has been riding in a red race bike. So, yeah, Austin is on the 3. So that's my mistake because I think I told you that one earlier. So.
Well, they're getting ready. They've already formed up on the back stretch. They are going to be heading back behind the Wepkenburg starting gate as we get set to roll here in the 5th. From the rail out, the number 1, Sneak Past Them. Colton Noble gets the drive for trainer Jessica Smith. The number 2, Swan Hell of a Night, Jeff Nicesonger for trainer Mike Polhamus. Driving the number 3, it's Austin Hanners, Business Sense for Dan O'Mara. Scratch the number 4, and the number 5 is Luke Hanners. Mr. Squeeze driving is Luke. He'll be driving for trainer Steve Carter. So the 4 getting behind the gate as we get set to go. Let's send it up to Jeremy Moore for the call.
Colton Gelding trotters scratch down to a field of 4. And behind the gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. 2, Swan Hill of a Night on a break. They're off and trotting from the outside. Mr. Squeeze goes for the lead. From the inside, Sneak Past Him's going to take the 2-hole. Business Sense gets away 3rd and back. Yep, now off stride again, Swan Hill of a Night. As they head down to the backside for the first time, it's still Mr. Squeeze on the front end. Sneak Past Him's pocketed up. Business Sense is going to sit 3rd. And the trailer, Swan Hill of a Night. They go past the opening mile station. 30 and 4/5 second. Mr. Squeeze, the muscle up the goal gelding. He's got the front end. Sneak past him. The Marcel gelding, he's sitting 2nd. Sitting 3rd, Business Sense. And still on a break, Swan Hill of a Night. They head into the lane, going to the front of the stands and the fans for the first time. It's still Mr. Squeeze. He's gotten every call so far. Sneak past him, still sitting 2nd. Tightened up 3rd, Business Sense. And back trotting 4th, Swan Hill of a Night. Halftime, 101-4. 31 seconds, second panel. They head down to the 5A station. It's still Mr. Squeeze. Nobody yet to make a move on him. Sneak past him, sitting second. Business Sense third. Swan Hill the Knights on a break again. Heading to three-quarter pole. Out of the pocket. Here comes. Sneak past him and Colton Noble. They're trying to get to Mr. Squeeze on the outside. Sitting third. Business Sense. Three-quarters, 1:31-2. Around the final turn. Mr. Squeeze, he's still sitting there on the outside. Sneak past him. Sitting third, looking for daylight. Business Sense. Swan Hill of the Night trails, and down the stretch they come. Mr. Squeeze on the inside. Sneak past him on the outside. He's not going to get to him today. Mr. Squeeze gives Luke Hanners another win. Time of the mile, 2:01 flat.
So all Luke Hanners and Mr. Squeeze here in the fifth. Luke Hanners now with his second win on the card. First driver or trainer to double up today. Second went to Colton Noble and sneak past them. He tried to sneak past the leader,
Colton
Mr.
got a little
Squeeze.
brave down the backside there.
Could not get there. And then the Business Sense with Austin Hanners finished third. And Swan Hill of a Night breaking every few strides and finished well back in fourth. For those of you wondering about Cortland, they were delayed because of the weather schedule. So if you're going to be leaving us, thanks for being here for a little while. But, you know, like we tell people, you got a phone, you can have one on the phone, you can have one on the computer. And if you got a TV, a smart TV, you can put one up there. You could be watching 3 at a time. We do have 5 race cards for you today, though. We have OHHA staff hitting, you know, down here in the southern part of the state. We've got them over in Central and Bell Fountain and up in Northeast at Cortland. Let's send it to Jeremy for the winner, Mr. Squeeze.
5, Mr. Squeeze. 3-year-old bay gelding by Muscle Up the Goal out of the Master Levesque male, Master Sweetie. Steve Carter trains for part-time stables out of Michigan. Luke Hanners in the sulky. Second win this year for Mr. Squeeze. Gives him a total of 3 wins lifetime. Winner of the 5th, Mr. Squeeze.
Mr. Squeezed, owned by Part-Time Stable up in Napoleon, Michigan. Got some of our friends up in Michigan watching
Blanket
today.
Sponsored by Ski Racing. Jason and Jackie Borowski.
Ski Racing.
5th race official, top down the 1. Sneak past him. Finished second. 2, Swan Hill of a Night finished 4th. 3, Business Sense was 3rd. The 4 was scratched, and the 5, Mr. Squeeze was your winner. 30-4 to the quarter, 101-4 to the half. 3 quarters, 131-2, time of the mile, 2:01 flat. 6th race coming up.
5th race in the books as we cruise along 16 here on a beautiful day from Wilmington, Ohio. Bright blue skies, sunshine, some big white puffy clouds, a nice breeze. Not too humid yet. They're saying later this afternoon it's going to get a little bit nasty with the humidity, but no rain in the forecast. So we'll take a break, and when we come back, it's the 3-year-old Colton Geldings, the 2nd division of Pacers, going for $4,893 when we return.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
Welcome back to Clinton County in Wilmington, Ohio. Frank Froz along with Jasmine Arnold bringing you today's action. Getting some news tonight for our racing a little later. The Bell Fountain card tonight will be on OHHA broadcast Facebook page. So we'll have that one there. Tim Bohannon, one on the phone, check. One on the laptop, check. Laptop 2, check. Smart TV, check. So he's all set to go. He just needs a simulcast
Tim.
in his room is what he wants.
That's right.
So I saw we had Tim McGraw was watching. I'm not sure if it's the Tim McGraw, the country singer. It'd be nice if he was. So great to have everybody. We thank you very much. And Jasmine, we're still getting more comments about the great job you're doing. So I just want to let you know we appreciate it. Glad to have you here with us. Instead of outriding or in the bike, but you enjoy both of those, don't you?
Yeah, I absolutely do. I enjoy outriding a little bit more than I do in the race bike. Now that Mr. Cooley's retired, he was my claim to fame there, but it's in the blood, it really is. So
when did you start outriding?
So,
and how did you get started in it?
Okay, so my grandmother, my grandfather's wife, she outrode and still does when she needs to, and my aunt, Sis Hazel Arnold, she's in Indiana. She was there at in Chicago at Balmoral and Maywood, so she kind of ran the ropes there as well. So I kind of I dipped my toes in the water there, and I ponied a couple, and I absolutely got scolded, and I looked at my mom. I said, I don't think so. I don't want to do this. And then I came to Ohio, and I was working for Woodland Run Equine. So I worked for them for about 10 years, and I missed it. I just wanted to come back, so I came back, and I rode a little bit with Ashley Holiday at Dayton, and then kind of took off from there.
What is the best part about it, and what's the hardest part about it?
Whew, kind of put me on the spot there, Frank.
Of course.
I would say probably the best part is, those 10 drivers out there, they can rely on you. They know that they're okay. I have a special bond, special relationship with almost each and every one of them. They can trust me. I know what they like, what they don't like. If they have a bad one, and I'm there, a couple drivers are like, I'm a horseman, I can do it myself. And I know those guys, so I kind of back off a little bit. A couple of the newer guys, they're confident, but they're not that confident, and I can jump in right away, and they're a little bit more comfortable with me that way.
I kind of look at an outrider kind of like an umpire. You don't recognize them there, if they're doing a good job, but when, you need them, they're there.
Yep. I tell people, they're at Scioto, and I tell them I'm a mom, I'm a babysitter, I'm a police officer. I kind of do all the roles, but the worst part of the job is probably when an accident does happen, and you got to think fast. You honestly, you don't have time to think. You just have to do. So
one of the things I really like about what you and the other outriders do is if you see kids along the fence, you bring your horse right up to them. And some of these kids have never been that close to a horse. And, I was at Saturday Downs last week, and, little boy, probably about a year and a half, mom was holding him, and the horse came up, and he just kind of freaked out because it was so big in front of him. But then, realized that, okay, wasn't then started petting it.
They're
And
big dogs.
It really was neat to watch the interaction between the horse and the little boy, and and that's got to be nice when you can do those things.
It definitely is. Last Saturday it was a big night of racing for Scioto Downs, and I had a little boy. He was kind of sitting on the fence, and he's hanging out. And I had my red roan there. His name's Brutus, and Brutus isn't too fond of adults, and he's not too fond of children between the age of 5 and 10. So I kind of got to pick my crowd there. But this little boy, he was hanging out, and he went to pet Brutus on the head, and I said, stick your finger in his nose. And the little boy's eyes got big, and the mom's eyes got big. But they were horse people, I knew them, but I hadn't seen the boy. And he stuck his finger in his nose. He was like, that's awesome. So every time Brutus walked by, he'd stick his finger in his nose, and he thought that was cool. So,
well, let's tell you a little bit about what we got here for the 6th as the horses come on out. The number 1 is Papa Verlin. Colton Noble drives for Susan Miller. This is a well-said gelding owned by L&S Racing out of Anderson, Indiana, and Dale and Jay Miller. 11 starts this year, 2 wins, 3 seconds, and a third. Earnings just under $22,000. Has hit the board in 4 of the last 5. Winner last time out at Scioto Downs, pacing in 152.
So the 2, Cruising Over Fire. Jeff Nysonger is in the race bike, and he also trains. Kosher, Nysonger Stable, and Roth own this guy. He has a lifetime starts of 26, 7 wins, 5 seconds, and 2/3. For $41,000 in the bank. He does have a mark of 53-1 at Dayton, which is a 5/8 mile track.
The number 3 is Call Me Charlie. Colin Newberry will drive. Scott Ferguson is the trainer. This is a We Will See out of the Toops stable. Just its 3rd start of its career. Did not race as a 2-year-old. Raced at Ottawa and Circleville, but finished back.
Sir Malachi is the 4. Luke Hanners has a limes for Thomas Litt in owner Ronald Love out of Westerville, Ohio. Let's go to the post parade, and we'll finish this when we get back.
Division sponsored by Hagmeyer Farms for a purse of $4,893. The 1 will parade last. The 2, Cruising Over Fire, will be Jason Beatty. The 3, Call Me Charlie, gets services of Conley Newberry. The 4, Sir Malachi, he's going to get Luke Hanners. In the 5, Appletown, Austin Hanners will be in the bike. Parading last is going to be the number 1, Papa Verlin. Colton Noble in the sulky. Horses are going to go directly to the starting gate. Wager now.
A little bit older. She's 16 now. And this is going to show my age. Golly. Southside Cammie was an open mare back when I first came to Ohio. Sandy Beatty had her from day 1. She raced in the open company, and she was a tough mare. So this horse is only 3, and Thomas Litt has him in his barn. Seems like there for a while. He only had 11 starts last year, 10 this year, so he's already advancing.
The number 5 is Appletown. Austin Hanners drives for Steve Bowder. This is a homebred for Steve Bowder and Harold Lee Bowder. It's Mr. Apples out of the Art Escape Mare Town Temperance. 2 starts this year, has not hit the board. Last year made 6 starts, hit the board with a 2nd and 2/3, so trying to break the maiden. Last time out was at Miami Valley, so this horse has been off for about 2.5 months. Finished 7th, pacing in 156 and 4. And here comes the number 1, I believe, Colton Noble. Oh, no, this is Jason Beatty driving the
Cruising Over Fire.
Cruising Over Fire.
Oh, there's Colton in the turn. He just came on the track.
Okay, so we're waiting for Colton Noble to make his way around in front. Horses are required to parade in front of the judges. Colton Noble was the last one out, so they started the post parade without him.
Just to move things along. We got a lot of races today, so just going to move things along. The 5, Appletown, his mother, sorry, Town Temptress. She was also racing in open company for Steve Bowder, which is the owner and breeder. And this mare has a colt in. No, I take that back. A filly, which is tomorrow. So a days later card. So she's got her
Now you
2-year-old
got me
racing.
confused.
I know, I'm sorry. Anyways, moral of the story, Town Temptress has 2 horses racing in the same day.
There you go. All right. A 2-year-old and a 3-year-old.
That's right.
There you go. So, in fact, I don't know. What, tonight we should have, I think we got Signature Series tonight.
Yep, we have the Signature Series. We have the Ladies Pace, which is always a fun race. Whether I'm in it or watching it, I love to root those girls on. And, you know, those horses are some of the toughest that come to the fairs.
You know, over the years I've talked to a number of the women who drive in that, you know, and you talk to them about it and how competitive it is. And like they say, you know, when that gate opens up, you know what? Nobody's a friend out there. You're done. Everybody's a friend when you're out there.
After the wire, you're like, hey, good job. Your horse raced good. Now, when that gate folds, you don't have any friends.
Take a look at them as they get ready to go. The number 1, Papa Verlin with Colton Noble. The number 2, Cruising Over Fire, Jeff Nysonger. The number 3, Call Me Charlie, Conley Newberry. The number 4, Sir Malachi, Luke Hanners. The number 5, Appletown with Austin Hanners. Let me correct myself. Jason Beatty has driving the number 2. We are set to go. Let's send it up to Jeremy Moore.
Here they come. 3, Call Me Charlie on a break. They're off and pacing from in between horses, Cruising Fire on the inside. Papa Verlin on the outside, dropping in 3rd. Appletown getting away 4th. Sir Malachi back pacing. Call Me Charlie. They go down to the backside, single file. Papa Verlin, Colton Noble going to call the shots. Pocketed up is Cruising Over Fire, sitting 3rd. Appletown, gap of 4 back to Sir Malachi, and Call Me Charlie trails the field. They go past the quarter-mile marker, 30 1/5 of a second. Papa Verlin, Colton Noble. They're going to start dragging the brakes here. Pocketed up, Cruising Over Fire. Sitting 3rd. Appletown, 4th. Sir Malachi trailing the field. Call Me Charlie. As they head toward the half-mile station, Colton Noble's got the well-said gelding on the front end. Cruising Over Fire still sitting 2nd. Nobody's making a move. Sitting 3rd, Appletown. 4th, Sir Malachi. They go past the half and 101 flat. Heading toward the 5/8 station. Nobody's moving yet. Papa Verlin, he's getting his way on the front end. Jason Beatty Cruising Over Fire, looking over him 2nd. Comes to the outside. It's a horse race now. Papa Verlin on the inside. Cruising Over Fire on the outside. Gap of 4 back to Appletown. Sir Malachi on the outside. Cruising Over Fire gets the lead past the 3/4 pole. 1:29 4. Cruising Over Fire opens up by 3 over Papa Verlin. They've opened up by 5 over Appletown and Sir Malachi. And top of the stretch they come. Cruising Over Fire, Jason Beatty open up. They're open up by 8 now over Papa Verlin. Races for 3rd. But it's Cruising Over Fire. Papa Verlin 2nd. Sir Malachi gets up for 3rd. Time of the mile, 1:57 3.
1:57 3 for your winner, Cruising Over Fire. Jason Beatty up the back stretch, was just like a race car, waited for the right opportunity, pulled, and went flying by Colton Noble. Colton Noble tried to get back on Papa Verlin, but Jason Beatty by that time had pulled away and comes home the easy winner for the 3rd win this year. Has now hit the board in 7 of 12 races for trainer Susan Miller.
Yeah, half a 101 flat, a mile and 57 3. Not too good at math, but that's pretty quick.
So Jason Beatty gets his first winner of the day.
So I'm not sure if a ton of our viewers know, but Jason Beatty is from New Zealand. So he is a Kiwi. I have some fun facts about him, and he's a pretty interesting guy. So if you ever see him out and about, talk to him. He's super nice, and he's very informative. He's one of those guys that
Winner of the
is
6th
good to
race,
know.
number 2, Cruising Over Fire. 3-year-old bay gelding by Catch the Fire out of the Yankee Cruiser mare, Cruise on Ashley. Jeff Nicehonger trains for owners Myron Keister, Sydney, Ohio. Nicehonger Stables in Lebanon, Ohio. Benson Roth from New Albany. Jason Beatty in the bike. 3rd win this year for Cruising Over Fire. Time of the mile, 1:57.3.
Jason Beatty drove my horse, Poster Pets, to its first win when we had Poster Pets several years ago.
Awesome.
So, yep. So, no, Jason, thankful for that. You know, the mare Cruising on Ashley, kind of ironic, just as Cruising on Ashley's son gets into the winner's circle. Our newlywed Ashley Daly shows up today, back
it's no
from
longer
her honeymoon.
Daly.
Oh no, she's staying with Daly.
You made him change his last name?
Oh, so she's back from her honeymoon. So glad to have you. Glad to see all is good, Ashley. How was it? How was the honeymoon? Good. Okay. Well, good. Well, sit there. She got in late last night at about midnight, and
I'll pick your brain about it later.
She goes. She was funny. She goes, I can do the early one. I said, I'll get here. I'll do most of the early one for you, and then Ashley's going to jump on here a little later in this first card. So give her some time to get settled in and get back into the flow of things. Not like getting thrown right back into the mix here, but you didn't miss anything yesterday with the rain here. So I wasn't here, but Jasmine was. It was Susan was. Yeah, it was nasty. So. But so 6th race is in the books. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll have our 7th race for today, and this will be the 3rd division of the 2-year-old colt and gelding pacers when we return to Wilmington, Ohio, in the Clinton County Fairgrounds.
Cool Winds Farm is one of Ohio's premier standardbred breeding farms. Cool Winds stands the popular Dancin' Yankee, jug winner Southwind Aussie, and the royally bred Western Fame. Cool Winds Farm is proud to present our yearling consignments at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 12th, and at the Standard Bred Horse Sale in Harrisburg during the cool winds of November.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
7th race set to go here at the Clinton County Fairgrounds. Beautiful facility here. You got some big trees, a couple in the infield. It's got that fair feeling. Barns, 3 horse barns on the back stretch. They've got one over in the turn area as well. Horses that train here year-round, so the track in very good shape. Behind the grandstand, we got a decent crowd in the grandstand today, but behind our grandstand we've got a lot of food booths, got some rides back there as well. So we'll have to make a stop there before we head out of here. I was over in the race office earlier today as we get ready to roll, and we're starting to see the horses that are done early leave, opening up those slots for the ones that'll be coming in a little bit later today. Just when you have a cancellation like that, it just kind of throws everything into a mess, and you're trying to get everything done that you have to get done, get your your horses fed, get here, get ready to race.
It throws a wrench in everything, but everybody's got to work together. And it looks very smooth back there right now. You don't see a lot of chaos. You don't see a lot of stuff. The Borowskis, Jackie, Jason, Jim, and Patty. They got a concession stand back there, and they look like they have a ton of customers back through. The drivers are going through, finding their horses. everybody's moving pretty quick. I mean, it's 12:44 and we got 6 off.
Yep.
So
Proceeds from the cookout back there going to the Clinton County Harness Horsemen's Association. All the meat back there was donated, so they are just taking donations today. They had a big old brand new Blackstone grill back there, and they were firing them up.
I think
just as
that's
I got
Jason's
there.
pride and joy.
That's, believe me, I'd like to get one of those. You know, I saw those, and I was like, wow, that was neat. In fact, I was at, I think it was the Van Wert County Harness Horsemen's banquet last year, I think, or Salinas, I was at one, and they had one for raffle, for an auction prize. And I bid a couple times, but it went a little bit higher than I wanted to spend for it. I'm kind of cheap when it comes to grills, and that one would push the budget a little bit. I don't know if I could have fit it into the car to go home because it was one of the really, really big ones. Horses making their way onto the track. Look across and see the number 1, Suma's Crush, with Dylan Fagan now heading towards the track.
So yesterday I spoke to Dylan while we were on a little bit of a rain delay there. I'm not sure if you or anyone else know, but I'm related to Dylan down the line. The family tree is a little different on that side of the family, but you know, we're family some way down there. I asked Dylan yesterday if he prefers a pacer or a trotter, and he told me that whichever one's faster. So with that being said, he said a slick-gated pacer was probably one of his favorites. His favorite horse to race is Perfect Range. It's a well-mannered, honest trotter. And his favorite piece of equipment is a line pole. So I thought that was pretty interesting. Dylan, he has quite a few mounts between today's card and this evening's card. So we'll kind of see as a driver what Dylan can do for us. And Brett Schwartz's daughter, Alexis, so she is grooming these guys. We had talked earlier. They have 11 in today, so it takes an army. So I talked to Alexis yesterday. I said, you know, do you prefer the fairs or the pari-mutuel tracks? And she said, as a kid, I prefer the fairs. But as she's older now, she wants the pari-mutuel tracks a little bit more. Everything's right there for you. She said there's no stress and there's no fighting over stalls. And Frankie had told me earlier today that, you know, they had stalls yesterday, so they left them here. And then they'll bring the second group in. So I thought that was pretty interesting. Alexis also did tell me that she enjoys working with the younger horses a little bit more. She thoroughly enjoys watching them develop. And when she can watch them go to the winner's circle, it warms her heart just a little bit. Her trainer, which is her father as well, shows appreciation to them by buying them free lunches. So
there you go.
Brett, if I ever come hang out, you know,
exactly.
I like to eat too.
We are working to work on our technical difficulties up at Cortland. Again, one of those places where the internet is not very good, so working on that. Our crews are trying to get that restored. I think it is up on YouTube. So that's where, between YouTube and Harness Racing in Ohio, those are the two spots that you can really enjoy our feed. So, you know, with Facebook doing some wacky things to us this year, you know, trying to get more over on Facebook or on YouTube. So one more to come out as we get set for the 7th. Let's take a look at the field. So they get together for the post parade. The number 1 is Suma's Crush. Dylan Fagan drives for Brett Schwartz. This is a Summa Cum Laude owned by Steven Sexton, who also bred Suma's Crush, making its first career start.
So number 2, Section Line Junior, a Summa Cum Laude out of Section Line Aqua, which I also watched this mare race back in the day for Harold Bowder. This guy here has had he was actually in a real race. So he had 1 qualifier, 1 fair race, and then he was in a non-winners of 2 at Scioto. Let's go to the post parade and we'll come back.
Pace going for a purse of $2,826, sponsored by Fiesta Veracruz, the 1, Suma's Crush with Dylan Fagan. The 2, Section Line Junior with Jeff Nysonger. The 3, Mikey the Moose, Roy Wilson. The 4, Mr. American Apple, Sean Barker the 2nd. And the 5, Prince Frederick, Jason Beatty in his sulky. Horses will take one score and go directly to the gate.
All right, back to the 2, Section Line Junior. So, a summa cum laude out of a Section Line Aquamare, which is for Harold Lee Bowder. So, this horse here is a half-sister Section Line Flame, which is a 3-year-old. Has a mark of 57 at Scioto for trainer Herman Hagerman. And also, Section Line Junior has a half-brother, Section Line Twister. He is now the age of 7. Kane Kaufman trains and drives this guy, and he has a mark of 51 and 1 at Scioto. So a little bit of family history there for Section Line Junior.
The number 3 is Mickey the Moose. Roy Wilson drives for Tommy Jones. This is a Rodeo Romeo. Jacob Fink is the owner and the breeder. Has a couple of second-place finishes, and it's 2 starts this year, coming at Ottawa and Circleville. Paced in 2:01 and 2 at Ottawa.
Fun fact here, Albanian Era, which is Mikey the Moose's mother. She was in the Open in 2016, also watched her race. Number 4, Mr. American Apple. Logan Rowe is the trainer for Homebred Matt Rowe. This guy here had a race at Ottawa, and he paced in 2-3 for Jason. Barker is going to drive this evening.
The number 5 is Prince Friedrich. Luke Hanner was on, but Jason Beatty will drive instead. This was a $10,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale. This is one of the Brian George's horses by Lather Up. 2 starts this year, a win and a second. The win came at Ottawa in 2:03 and 4. Finished second at Circleville in 2:02 and 4, the only winner in this group. Getting back to the Section Line horses, you talked about them. Harold Bowder, every horse he breeds has that Section Line. He lives at that corner of Section Line up in Delaware, yes. And Section Line Big Rye was one of the big horses he had. As we get set to go here in the 7th, the number 1, Suma's Crush. The number 2, Section Line Junior. The number 3, Mickey the Moose. The number 4, Mr. American Apple. And the number 5, Prince Friedrich. Let's send it up to Jeremy Moore.
8 swings into the stretch, and here they come. And they're off in pacing, going out for the lead. Section Line Junior from the middle of the track. Mikey the Moose going to take the pocket trip. Getting away 3rd, Mr. American Apple. 4th on the inside is Suma's Crush. And Prince Frederick trails the field as they head down to the quarter pole. It's still Section Line Junior with the lead. Mikey the Moose sitting second. Gap of 3 back to Mr. American Apple. Suma's Crush is 4th. 5th, Prince Frederick. They go past the opening mile station in 29 and 3. Jeff Nysonger's got Section Line Junior on the front end calling the shots, starting to drag the break. Send second, Mikey the Moose, Roy Wilson. Gap of 3 back to Mr. American Apple. 4th on the outside. Here comes Prince Frederick. Suma's Crush going to trail. So they head toward the half-mile station. Section Line Junior, the summa cum laude gelding, calls the shots. Send second still Mikey the Moose. 3rd on the outside. Here comes Prince Frederick for Jason Beatty. They go to the half in 1 minute, 4/5. Section Line Junior with the front end. Here comes Beatty with Prince Friedrich. He's up to the leader's wheels, heading down to the 3/4 pole. Sitting 3rd on the inside, Mikey the Moose. 2nd over, trying to keep up with him is Mr. American Apple, and Suma's Crush trails as they head to the 3/4 pole. It's still Section Line Junior on the inside. On the outside, Prince Frederick. Sitting 3rd, Mikey the Moose, 3/4, 1:29 and 4. 29 seconds, 3rd panel. Around the last turn, Prince Frederick gets the lead. Section Line Junior on the inside trying to battle back. 3rd coming out, Mickey the Moose heading 3 wide. As they turn for home, it's Prince Frederick with the lead. On the inside, trying to battle back Section Line Junior. He's trying to get to him, but it's going to be Prince Frederick at the line. 59-1.
159-1 for your winner, Prince Friedrich. Jason Beatty picks up his second win of the card. Coming home for Brian Georges, who gets a hometown win. Always good when you win one on your home track. So Brian Georges picks up the win. He'll make his way around. Easier for him this year when he's in the when he's in the announce booth. Tough to get to that winner's circle for that picture. Finishing second was Section Line Jr., led most of the way until Prince Friedrich overtook him. Finishing third was Mickey the Moose, and fourth was Mr. Apple Pie.
Brian had told me yesterday that this Prince Friedrich, he has a lot of potential and he likes to work. You know, watching that horse right there, Jason had ducked him to fourth and had seemed no problems. And being a 2-year-old, you know, like we had talked about earlier, they don't really know what they're doing yet. So for this horse to be in the 2-hole his last 2 races and then going to fourth and then pulling first up, you know, that's phenomenal for their crew to teach these guys exactly how to race.
Prince Friedrich now 3 starts, a couple of wins, new mark of 159-1. A loaded golf cart making its way to the winner's circle. As looping around is
there's Brian.
Number 5, Prince Frederick. 2-year-old bay gelding by Lather Up out of the Art Major mare Let's Draw. Owned by Walker, New Vienna, Jameson, Washington Courthouse, Kelly of Jeffersonville, and Kirk of Washington Courthouse. Trained by Brian George, Jason Beatty in the sulky. Second lifetime win for Prince Frederick. Time of the mile, 1:59, 1/5 for a new lifetime mark. Blanket sponsored by Fiesta Veracruz.
So his mother, Let's Draw, this is her first foal here.
So as they were heading to the winner's circle, Jason called a little girl out of the stands to come down. She was all smiles, got to sit in the sulky and get her picture taken.
Awesome. Look how happy she is.
Is she? I mean, you know, those are the type of things that make fans for the future. Anytime you can get a little kid into the winner's circle, they're happy, they love it, and they get to get their picture taken, and they're laughing and smiling.
And she's going to tell everybody that she sees
Yep.
today. I guarantee you that one.
So the 7th race in the books. We'll take a break, and when we come back, it'll be the 8th from the Clinton County Fairgrounds. This will be the 3rd division for 3-year-old colt and gelding pacers when we return. A field of 5 to go behind the gate.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Volstead, Coach K. Hanover, Slay, Ohio's top trotters stand at Dublin Valley Farms. Volstead's offspring include Sugar Instead, the 2023 Ohio 2-year-old Trotting Filly of the Year, and 2024 Ohio Sire Stakes winner Jurassic Hattie. Coach K. Hanover, the son of world record holder Walner, and Slay, the son of Chapter 7, standing his first season at Dublin Valley Farms.
Welcome back to the Clinton County Fairgrounds, Wilmington, Ohio, on a beautiful afternoon here. The sun is out. Right now, though, ducked behind a cloud. But blue skies, a nice breeze keeps the humidity down. As we have 2 full cards today. This is the first card, 16 races. We'll have 16 more this evening. We are racing at Cortland, 2 cards at Cortland, and we also have racing going on at Bell Fountain later tonight. So this is the 3rd division for 3-year-old Colton Geldings. We have 5 that are going to go to the track as they are starting to come out from the barn area. We'll tell you about these. The number 1 is Something Be Dragon. D. Sanders scheduled to drive for Jody Flommersfeld. This is a Fair the Dragon owned by Red Racer LLC of Arcanum, Ohio. 7 starts this year, a 2nd and a 3rd. Started 7 times last year. Still looking to break the maiden. Last time out was at Scioto Downs and paced in 1:57.
Beachmaster Keen, Mark Winters sends this guy out for Michelle Bean, Jeremy McGraw, and Marna Sheehan. Marna, if you guys are listening, hello from Wilmington. This guy has 23 lifetime starts, 5 starts this year with $966 in the bank. He has 2 prior fair starts that it looks like Austin normally drives this guy for Mark.
The number 3 is Scammer. Luke Hanners will be in the bike for Steve Carter. This 3-year-old gelding by Fool Me Once is out of the Ponderosa mare Fritzy Rosa. Thomas Soraso of Stamford, Connecticut is the owner. 15 starts this year, 2 wins, 3 seconds, and a 3rd. Lifetime 22 starts, 3 wins, has a mark of 152 and 4. Took that at Scioto earlier this year. 3 for 5, hitting the board in the last 5, and a winner 3 back at Scioto Downs was a $24,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale.
Fire and Liberty is the 4. Peg Carson is the owner and trainer. She is going to send this 3-year-old Catch the Fire out for Jeff Nysonger to drive. This guy has 11 lifetime starts, 1 pari-mutuel win, has currently been racing at Scioto, dipped his little hooves in at Oak Grove back in June. So this guy has a mark of 52 and 4 at Scioto.
The number 5 is Just Like Lather. Colton Noble drives for Christy Noble. This lather up is owned by Dennis Owens and Normal Ray Racing. Is a maiden, has not won in 18 starts. This year, 10 starts, a couple of seconds, a couple of thirds. Was in the Knappenberg Final Series at Scioto Downs, finished 7th, and that was second 3 back at Scioto. So that's the field for the 8th 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers, the 3rd division, purse of $4,893.
I spoke to Jody yesterday. She sends out the 1 Dragon Be Something. Jody had told me that she has 3 half-brothers in the barn. So this Somehow Somewhere mare out of Dally, she has 3 half-brothers in the barn. This is How We Rock, Some High Dreamer, and Something Be Dragon. So I thought that was pretty neat, you know, having a whole little family in there. So Jody, she must like these guys, and the owner of Something Be Dragon was also in the barn yesterday, Red Racer LLC, and they had told me that this mare, Somehow Somewhere, is currently in full to Captain Kirk.
So let's see if they go for another one.
That's right.
So waiting for one more horse to come out.
So D. Sanders, which is driving the 1-horse for Jody, I believe it was Tuesday or Wednesday last week, he was actually commentating with Jenna Otten
Tuesday
at
night.
Scioto.
Yep,
Yeah.
Tuesday night.
So I thought that was super neat. D, he's only 21 years old. He's kind of shy till you get to know him, you know.
And it was funny. He did a good job.
He did a
handicapped
great
about 4 or
job.
5 races. In the very first race that Jenna had him on, you could tell he was
Nervous.
nervous as could be. He did not say much, and he loosened up as the night went on a little bit. So, but you got to like a young guy like D trying different things, you know, grooming,
Absolutely.
driving, sees an opportunity, you know, just somebody said, hey, you want a handicap? And he jumped
Right.
at the opportunity. So
I thought that was super neat. I texted Jenna. I said, "Is that D? Like D Sanders?" She's like, "Yeah." I was like, "I love that guy. Good for him."
It was funny because I saw him before, and he really didn't have a lot of time to handicap, so he was kind of scurrying trying to get it done. I asked him how to. He goes, I think I did okay. So here he comes in the post parade. Let's send it over to Jeremy.
3-year-old Colton Gelding pays for a purse of $4,893. The 1, Something Be Dragon with D. Sanders. The 2, Beachmaster King, Austin Hanners. The 3, Scammer with Luke Hanners. 4, Fire and Liberty, get the services of Jeff Nicehonger. And rounding out the field, number 5, Just Like Lather, Colton Noble, and the sulky.
It's funny, you take a look at this. Down on the rail, you got 21-year-old D. Sanders. On the far outside, you got 21-year-old Colton Noble. And you stick in the middle 3 veterans. And Luke Hanners, Austin Hanners, and Jeff Nicehonger.
Yep, Jeff, he's got a little bit of age on the boys here, but he's still in his prime, and he will show them what to do and what not to do. That's for sure.
Not that Austin and Luke are over the hill by any stretch of the imagination. So
I mean, when I interviewed those boys yesterday, they were like, "Oh, 24, I'm 26."
Yeah.
I was like, "Man, I'm old, but it's okay."
I'll listen to you.
I feel old compared to some of these kids. Just Like Lather, let's talk about him for a second here. His mother, Just Like a Queen, Antonia Storer, and her daughter Bryce and all of them, they had owned this mare, and she was a legitimate open mare. She was very tough. She was always fun to watch. Her last couple starts was I believe it was at the Running Aces. So I kind of watched that mare a lot. I'm not sure if anyone else did, but that's cool to see one of her babies.
The horses are on the back stretch. Starting gate begins to roll. John Ingram driving it today. The Mike Wepkenberg starting gate. Five to go to the gate. We score 5 here, so all will have their nose on the gate. The number 1, Something Be Dragon with D. Sanders. The number 2, Beachmaster Keen and Austin Hanners. The number 3, Scammer with Luke Hanners. Jeff Nicehonger drives Fire and Liberty, the number 4. And the number 5, Just Like Lather, has Colton Noble in the bike. And let's throw it up to Jeremy Moore for the call of the 8th.
Race, 3-year-old Pacers are on behind the gate. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and pacing. 3 of them leaving across the track from the inside. Something Be Dragon. In between horses, Beachmaster Keen up on the outside. It's Fire and Liberty. Getting away 4th, Scammer. Getting away 5th, Just Like Lather. They head down to the backside. Something Be Dragon and D. Sanders on the inside. Fire and Liberty is going to take the pocket trip. Getting away 3rd is Beachmaster King. Gap of 4 back to 4th to Scammer. Then Just Like Lather trails. They go past the opening quarter. 29 3/5 second. Something Be Dragon. D. Sanders on the front end. Beachmaster King second. 3rd, moving up on the outside. Here comes Fire and Liberty. Sitting 4th, Scammer, and trailing the field, Just Like Lather. They head to the half. On the inside, Something Be Dragon. On the outside, Beachmaster King first up. 3rd on the inside, Fire and Liberty. They go to the half, 59 4. Heading toward the 5A station. We got 3 in, 2 out. Something Be Dragon on the inside. First over, Beachmaster King. 3rd along the inside. Whoop. Fire and Liberty on the inside. Beachmaster Keen off stride. Head to the three-quarter pole. It's Something Be Dragon. On the inside, Fire and Liberty. Outside, Scammer. Second over, getting into it, just like Lather. They go past the three-quarter pole in 1:29.3. Round the final turn on the outside. Scammer gets the lead. Something Be Dragon second. Third over. See, just like Lather, down the stretch they come. Scammer on the inside, just like Lather on the outside, trying to get to him, but it's going to be Scammer giving Luke Hanners a triple for today. Just like Lather second. Third, Fire and Liberty. Time of the mile, 1:58 flat.
Luke Hanners picks up his third win of the day. Steve Carter gets his second training victory as Scammer comes home the winner in 1:58. D. Sanders went to the lead and held the lead pretty much until the back stretch, and then Scammer, Luke Hanners able to avoid the trouble when Beachmaster Keen went off stride and able to find some racing room and come away a winner for the third time this year, fourth career win in 1:58.
Beachmaster Keen made a break coming out of this second turn here. Austin did a phenomenal job with that. You know, the fares are tight. You know, the backside is tight. We only score 5 high here. Like, there's a lot going on, and for Austin to, and everybody else to pay attention to him, you know, to cause, you know, he, not on purpose, but he caused confusion, and everybody kind of moved around him. So that was a great, unfortunate event that horse had made a break, but Austin did a good job.
So here comes your winner back around Scammer to the winner's circle. Let's send it up to Jeremy for the winner's circle presentation.
Heading back in front of the grandstands to the winner's circle, the winner of the 8th race, number 3, Scammer. Brown gelding by Fool Me Once out of the Ponderosa mare Fritzy Rosa. Owned by Thomas Serrazzo, Stamford, Connecticut. Trained by Steve Carter. Luke Hanners in the bike. Third win this year for Scammer, 4th lifetime. Time of the mile, 1:58 flat. Blanket sponsored by Hagmeyer Farms. The connection of Philip Groves. Head back to the winner's circle. We've got the blanket. Cleveland top rookie was the fastest of the 3-year-old Colton gelding pace, 1:57 flat.
There you go. They take the picture with the blankets. The fastest division wins the blanket. That'll go to Philip Groves' horse. There's the rundown.
Number 2, Beachmaster Keen, 5. 3, Scammer, your race winner. 4, Fire and Liberty, 3. And the 5, just like Lather, 2. Quarter 29.3. Half 59.4. 3/4 1:29.3. Time of the mile 1:58 flat. 9th race coming up.
So we're halfway through the card. 8 more to go. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll have the 9th race of the first card, and that will be the second division of 2-year-old colt and gelding trotters when we return to the Clinton County Fairgrounds.
The Fayette County Fair is back July 14th through the 19th, and that means the community night at the races. Enjoy an evening of great harness racing Wednesday, July 16th. Post time is 5 p.m. Everyone that enters the grandstand receives a free raffle ticket for their chance to win great prizes. Plus, wiener dog races. Community night at the races is presented by the Fayette County Agricultural Society and Fayette County Travel and Tourism Bureau. Don't miss the Fayette County Fair.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
Welcome back to the Clinton County Fairgrounds in Wilmington, Ohio. I'm Frank Frost, joined by Jasmine Arnold, Ashley Daly in the bullpen warming up, getting ready to join our broadcast in a few races, trying to get a final quick nap in. This is Ashley's old stomping grounds here in Wilmington. This is where she went to college. You know, there's a lot of horses that were named after Ashley's days here at college, so there was Ashley and I were working once, and there was a horse a couple years ago named Princess of the Night. So, oh,
She's married now, Frank.
I know.
She's married.
Those were the
now.
old days. Oh, but no, glad to have Ashley back home safe and after her honeymoon and being away. Oh, she's got stories. Good. We can't wait for stories.
I can't wait.
It was funny. I'd be down at Scioto Downs, and I'd see her mom, Kim, and I'd ask, have you heard from your daughter? Nope. That is true. She did say you were calling her all the time. I was kidding. So, but no, she said Ashley was having a great time. So glad to have her back and get her back into the fold of things.
I'm gonna have to put my sunglasses on. That ring that she's got is awfully blinding.
God, yeah, of course. You know. Listen to you. Listen to you at the rock you got sitting on that hand. Holy
I don't look at mine. I see hers.
Yeah. Not only they have one, you got about 38 more around the top and on the band. Holy jeez! All I know.
Back to the ninth race, Frank.
All I know is back in the old days. The old days. Now we're talking really the old days. You know, guys didn't buy rocks like you two ladies have on your hand, like the one my daughter got on her hand that her fiance got her. Just like, man, that would have broke me. I would have never gotten out of the hole. But holy jeez. Obviously, guys are doing better off than this lowly news reporter was doing back, in the mid-'80s.
I think no fool in April for mine. I thank her every day I see her.
Oh, yeah, there you go. So, all right, now we'll get back to the ninth race. It's the 2-year-old Colton Gelding, second division trotters going for $4,800. The number one is Drinks on Royal Ray. Roger Hughes Jr. drives, trains, and owns this royalty for life gelding, making its first career start was a $3,200 purchase at the Blooded Horse sale. This horse did qualify at Scioto Downs, finished fifth in a qualifier, trotting in 2:03 and 2.
So something to add to that, I talked to Roger yesterday. Michelle wasn't here by the time I had got here, but I had talked to Roger and his sister, Michelle Caldwell, yesterday. They work as a team, and it's just them. Great people. If you ever see them, please love them. Roger told me yesterday this horse was super easy to break and train down. This is their only 2-year-old this year. So if you guys know Roger and Michelle, they usually they have a couple they go to the fairs with now and then. And so this is their only 2-year-old, and he was a cheap purchase, and Roger was proud of that. So on to the next one. What an all-star. So this guy has trotting hobbles on for the second time for E.G. Trot, for Ed Greeno, which is Junior, which is going to train and drive. So he's got 3 starts this year, Paulding, Ottawa, and Marion. The guy has been in the money, seems pretty solid. Excited to watch him.
The number 3 is Long to Be With You. Justin Hall drives and trains this long-time gelding for Mitchell Standardbreds and Golden Gates Uso. 1 for 1 this year. That win coming at Circleville in 2:06 and 1. Set second the entire race and then came home a winner to win by a length and a quarter.
Fun fact about Connie's Conway. Connie. Sorry, she's a Conway Hall. My vision's terrible. She has 5 foals that are all long toms. Did you know that?
Did not know that.
Okay, the 4, Oh Money. Colt Noble is going to pick up the drive for Jessica Smith. This is a Ready for Money at a last tar. She is an unraced bar hopping filly. This guy here has had 2 starts this year. Ottawa and Circleville unfortunately had made a couple mistakes, but still has made money. So
The number 5 is the Jeff Nysonger trainee, Mickey's Money. Jeff Nysonger will drive. This horse is owned by Kathy Gorby and Nysonger Stables. It's a Ready for Money colt out of the Master Levesque mare, Mickey Levesque. 3 starts this year, a win, a second, earnings of over $3,000. Took a mark of 207-2 at Circleville. Also raced at Ottawa, finished second. In its first race at Paulding, did make a break, but seemed to have that taken care of now and comes away, with a first and a second. Like they say, sometimes just stay flat, good things happen, and that's what happened for Mickey's Money.
So Mickey Money has a 3-year-old brother, O Mickey, which he is currently racing at Scioto. He has $60,000 in the bank, so I feel that the breeding here is it's awfully hereditary there.
That was a song a long time ago, Oh Mickey.
Wasn't that like the Spice Girls or something?
No, it wasn't the Spice Girls. I can't remember who it was, but it wasn't
It's
the
like,
Spice Girls.
I'm going to find it out. Okay, the 4, also O Money, has a brother, a half-brother. Oh, yes. Virgil Morgan trains this guy at Scioto Downs. He was in the Buckeye Stallion Series in 2004. So I feel like that family there seems to make a little bit of progress. Even though she was unraced mare, she does have a couple foals.
Well, it looks like Jason Beatty is driving the number 1, Drinks on Royal Ray. So a driver change on that. Roger Hughes giving the reins over to the lines over to Jason Beatty.
He didn't even tell me that yesterday. I talked to him. He was the first person I talked to.
So here we go. Let's go up for the post parade.
Opening trot with a purse of $4,800. Leading the field, number 1, Drinks Are Royal Ray. Change the driver to Jason Beatty. 2, What a All-Star, Ed Greeno Jr. The 3, Long to Be With You, Justin Hall. The 4, Oh Money with Colton Noble. And rounding out the field, number 5, Mickey's Money and Jeff Nysonger. Horses take 1 score and head directly to the gate.
So there is your field for the night. The $4,800 2-year-old colt and gelding trot, the second of the 3 divisions today. 16 races on our card. We've got 16 later this afternoon. Full schedule up at Cortland, 2 cards in Cortland, and then we will wrap it up this evening at Bellefontaine.
I want to talk about Jeff Nysonger for a second. So when I came back in the day, he's like, what I've heard him of is he's the king of the fairs.
He was.
So I met Jeff, super nice, super personable. His wife, his kids, everybody's great. I seen Jeff yesterday, and I'm not into like broadcasting and stuff like that, so I don't do that very often. But, so I told Jeff, I said, hey, I got a couple questions for you. And he's like, what now? And I'm like, Jeff, I was like, no, like this, I'm on the other end of the spectrum today. So I had told him what I was doing, and he's like, yeah, whatever you need. So I'd asked him a couple questions yesterday, and it's so cool. Like, his answers are so different. So I'm gonna go ahead and tell you what I found out about Jeff yesterday. So he enjoys driving trotters better than pacers, because they're a little bit more challenging, and you can't cowboy them like most of these guys do. So, and I don't think there's going to a lot of be cowboying here at the fairs, but at the pari-mutuel track's a little bit different. He had also told me one of his most memorable wins was his first driving win at Greenville with Bob's other Barb. Now, I didn't ask the date because I don't want to throw Jeff under the bus or anything, but he said that he's drove a ton of horses, and they're all memorable. Most of them are all memorable, and that was probably one of his favorites. His favorite piece of equipment as a driver and a trainer is a Regal bit for steering purposes. So I thought that was pretty cool. knowing Jeff, he's take a couple of our colts and stuff like that, and he does a phenomenal job along with his crew down in Pinehurst. So they are at the gate now for the 9th. From the rail out, Drinks Royal Ray, What a All-Star, Long Be With You, Oh Money, and Mickey's Money has the outside.
Swings into the stretch, and here they come. 5 on break, Mickey's Money. And they're off and trotting from the rail. Drinks on a Royal Ray goes for the lead. In between horses, What an All-Star. Third on the outside, Long to Be With You. Getting away fourth, Oh Money. And trailing the field, Mickey's Money. So they head down to the backside. Drinks on a Royal Ray on the front end. What an All-Star gets the pocket trip second. Long to Be With You third. Fourth, after a quick break, is Oh Money. And off the stride, Mickey's Money at the end. They go past the quarter. 30 and 3/5 seconds. Jason Beatty calls the shots with drinks on a Royal Ray. What an All-Star sitting second. A gap of 3 back to Long Be With You. It's a gap of 15 back to Oh Money, and Mickey's Money trails. Head down to the half-mile station. Drinks on a Royal Ray. The Royalty for Life gelding calls the shots. What an All-Star sits tight pocket second. Gap of 3 back to Long Be With You. Justin Hall, halftime, 1:02, 2/5 of a second. So head down to the 5A station. Drinks on a Royal Ray. Nobody's come at him yet. Ed Greeno's sitting there with What an All-Star. Long to Be With You third. Oh Money fourth. Mickey's Money fifth. Head down to the 3/4 pole. Still in single file. Drinks on Royal Ray. Beatty's starting to chase him a little bit. What an All-Star, Greeno. He's looking to pounce. Long to Be With You, sitting third. 3/4, 1:32 and 4. Drinks on a Royal Ray. Opens up by 5. Second on the outside. Long to Be With You. On a break. What an All-Star. Fourth, Oh Money. Down the stretch they come. Drinks on a Royal Ray on the inside. Here comes Long to Be With You. He's trying to get him on the outside. Drinks on a Royal Ray inside. Long to Be With You outside. Drinks on a Royal Ray. Long to Be With You second. What an All-Star. Finished third. Time of the mile, 2:04 flat.
2:04 flat for Drinks on Royal Ray, with Jason Beatty picks up his third win of the card. Trying to make it close was Justin Hall, and Long to Be With You as he came charging down the stretch, but unable to get up at the line. He'll finish second, third to What an All-Star and Ed Greeno Jr. Oh Money and Mickey's Money fourth and fifth after a number of breaks.
Justin was super patient. Ed Greeno kind of made a little mistake there in the last turn, and Justin moved that guy right out and went ahead and let him trot. So Justin's horse raced awesome there. Roger Hughes Jr., owner trainer for this guy. Jason Beatty picks up the mount. Roger was talking to me yesterday. He's like, I didn't give much money for this horse, in which $3,200, He said if he wins tomorrow, he's almost paid for himself.
Exactly,
Jasmine.
Yep.
So that's awesome. I'm super happy for those guys, and they are natives here, and I believe they are stabled here. So
$2,400 to the winner's share of that, and you're right, almost pays for the $3,200. So one more win on the fairs, and all paid for.
Yeah, that's.
By the way, it was Tony Basil who sang "Oh Mickey." We just had one of our viewers send that into us. Thank you very much.
So it wasn't the Spice Girls.
No, it was
all
not
right.
the Spice Girls. So.
All right.
So waiting for our winner to come back to the winner's circle. Bell Fountain tonight you'll be able to catch on harnessracingohio.com along with our YouTube channel. Here comes the winner back around, taking his time. Jason Beatty with the number 1. Drinks on Royal Ray. The royalty for life out of the Donato Hanover mare. Drinks on the house. Well, maybe Roger Hughes will spend a little of that money on some drinks for the barn.
That's right. They had a big spread yesterday of food over there, so that was exciting. I want to talk about Jason really quick. I didn't get to talk about him earlier. One of his favorite horses to drive is a trotter. His most memorable win was his very first win at Freehold.
One, Drinks on Royal Ray. 2-year-old gelding by Royalty for Life. Out of the Donato Hanover mare, Drinks on the House. Owned and trained by Roger Hughes. Jason Beatty in the bike. First lifetime win for Drinks on Royal Ray. Trophy sponsored by Buckley Brothers. Once again, trophy will go to the fastest division. We've got one more division, 2-year-old colt gelding trot.
Brad Conrad getting everybody set for the picture in the winner's circle.
Does such a good job.
9th race official. Top down. Number 1, Drinks on Royal Ray is your winner. 2, What an All-Star. 3, Long to Be With You. 2, 4, O Money. 4, 5, Mickey's Money. 5, 30 and 3 to the quarter. 102 and 2 to the half. 132 and 4 3/4. Time of the mile, 2:04 flat.
So there you have it for the 9th. We did have somebody ask about the Terry Holton Youth Driving Series, which is the series for drivers age 16 to 29 that have a Q or F license to start. They can also have a P license, but they cannot have more than 35 starts. And the first leg was held at the Pickaway County Fair in Circleville. There's a total of 9 legs in the series. The second will be at the Crawford County Fair. They'll also race at the Fayette County Fair in Washington Courthouse, the Summit County Fair at Northfield Park, so that'll be a chance for them to get on the big track. Champaign County in Urbana, Hartford Independent Fair in Croton, the Allen County Fair in Lima, Greenville at the Dark County Fair, and then the Delaware County Fair. And the finals will be held Sunday at the Montgomery County Fair races in Dayton, Hollywood. Rights at Home, in-home care and assistance is the sponsor of the series. We want to thank them for sponsoring and a chance for some of these young drivers to get out and get some action under their belts. So great series to have for the young drivers. So 9 done. When we return, it'll be the 2-year-old Colton Gelding, the 4th division for the 1 mile pace when we return to the Clinton County Fair.
In Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm has the stallions you are looking for, like What the Hill, Uncle Peter, and In Range, as well as branded by Lindy, Jug winner Luz Pearlman, Racing Hill, and Guardian Angel Oz. Hickory Lane will offer a host of Ohio-sired yearlings this fall, including 6 by In Range, 5 by Uncle Peter, 4 by Guardian Angel Oz, and 1 by What the Hill. Find out more at hickorylanefarm.com.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
Welcome back to the Clinton County Fair. Frank Froz along with Jasmine Arnold. Ashley Daly will be joining us shortly as she continues to warm up in the bullpen for the final quarter of this card and then the afternoon card later this evening. So everybody will have about a couple-hour break, so you'll be able to grab something to eat, and then they'll be back here ready to rock and roll as we get set to go as we come up on race number 10 here at the Clinton County Fair. This another 2-year-old, the 4th division of 2-year-old pacers. The number 1 will be Damn Dan. Roy Wilson drives for Tommy Jones, who also owns this Western Fame colt. 2 starts this year. Still looking to hit the board, a $1,500 purchase at the Buckeye Blooded Horse Sale.
All right, the 299 Problems. Brian Georges sends this guy out to the gate with Alex Hawk in the race bike. Lucky Label Stable and Zach Tackett own this guy. He only has 2 starts this year, has been in the money, one of them. He was 3rd. So spoke to Brian yesterday, and I got some information on this guy. It's super, super neat, Frank. Brian told me, he's tiny. He has a big motor. He's got a few gears, but he is small. He told me he has a big heart and seems to very thoroughly enjoy his work. So I did some digging, and the owner of the Lucky Label Stable here, Eric O'Neill, that is who that is. Eric has a son that is a freshman at Rutgers at the college. His number is 99. So I thought that was kind of neat. And they had a couple other reasons why they named this guy that. But Eric O'Neill Jr. So he is a freshman at Rutgers. I believe he signed a deal. I don't know the whole story, but he does play football, and he is number 99. So that's why that guy is named that. So I thought that was pretty neat.
There you go. The number 3 is Solid Rock. Jeff Nysonger drives for Dan O'Mara. This is a pet rock out of Awakening. Marjorie Paul-Hamas owns and bred Solid Rock. 2 third-place finishes this year in 2 starts. Those came at Ottawa and Circleville. Both identical, 2:04 and 1 times.
So Solid Rock, he has a half-brother of Racing Rebel. So I'm not sure if you know that name at all, but that horse has been racing at the Open at Scioto Downs at 4 years old. He has a mark of 48-4. So this guy does have some potential on his way. Dan O'Mara also trained Racing Rebel until the 1st of June. He was sold to the Burke Brigade. The 4, Keen Finale, that is a Brett Schwartz trainee. $8,000 purchase from the Buckeye sale. This guy here has been driven by Dylan Fagan a couple times. Luke is going to take the lines today. He has been at mainly Scioto, so
the number 5 is Mega Dragon. William Aldrich scheduled to drive. He's also the trainer, but I think they announced a different driver, if I'm not mistaken, but maybe not. An $8,500 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale. This is a Fear the Dragon making its first career start. Nope, it looks like William Aldrich is driving the number 5.
Oh, yep, there he is.
I thought they said there was another driver change. Well, Alex Hawk is not driving the 2. That is one of the Hanners.
That is Austin.
Austin has the lighter
of
the colors.
Yes.
So Austin with a little bit of work to do today, as brother Luke has 3 wins. Austin's still looking for his first.
So I got some before the post parade begins. Roy Wilson, he is driving the 1 horse at age 53. So Roy is he's been a horseman from way back. Let's just put it that way. I had asked Roy what he preferred, pacers or trotters, and he had told me that he prefers pacers. This one also made me.
Damn, Dan.
Let's go.
Roy Wilson at the lines. Number 2, 99 Problems. Austin Hanners. 3 in the field, Solid Rock for Jeff Nysonger. Number 4, Keen Finale, Luke Hanners. And number 5, Mega Dragon, William Aldrich is in his sulky. The 5 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers will be at the gate in 2 minutes.
So I had asked Roy, what's your favorite piece of equipment as a driver, as a trainer, as a groom, And he kind of chuckled and said, Jasmine, I thoroughly enjoy a good set of lines because you can't steer without them. I said, you know what, Roy, you're right. And I also asked him, what is something that you could eat all the time? and he said, "I'm a crab legs man." So Roy likes him some crab legs, and that's one of his favorite foods.
I don't know if I could eat them all the time. Pizza, maybe.
I have
Hamburgers all the time. So,
I'm
but
not a big hamburger person, and I don't do seafood, so more crab legs for you, Roy.
The horses are on the backstretch. Brian Georges now steps into the announcing booth for the rest of this card. He's going to give Jeremy Moore a break. Jeremy did a great job calling his first 9 races of his career. He'll be back, and I think he's calling all of them in the second card, all 16 of them. So we'll have to see, but
he's got quite a bit of hot air. He can handle it.
starting car is on the back stretch, waiting for the horses to form up behind it, and then we will be set to go with our 10th race here from the Clinton County Fairgrounds. So here we go. From the rail out, the number 1, Damn Dan, Roy Wilson in the bike. The number 2 is Austin Hanners driving 99 Problems. Solid Rock with Jeff Neisonger is the number 3. The number 4 is Luke Hanners driving Keen Finale. And the 5, Mega Dragon with owner, trainer William Aldrich driving. So let's send it up to Brian Georges for the call of the 10. Here we go.
Whether it's in Ohio, the United States, or all over the world, welcome to Wilmington. It's 10th race post time. Here they come. They're off in there pacing in 99 Problems, timed the gate and bolted out for the opening quarter lead. Right in there second is Solid Rock. Off stride went Mega Dragon. Tucking in third, Keen Finale. And Damn Dan slid up the inside to claim fourth after the early miscue of Mega Dragon. Austin Hanners has 99 Problems on a 2-length lead through an opening eighth of a mile as they head to the opening quarter. Right in there second, 2-hole trip for Solid Rock and Neisonger. Keen Finale is 3 further back into third. Then it's Damn Dan. Mega Dragon has caught the field through an opening quarter that went in 30 seconds flat. So 99 Problems has set sail up front, and he's still the leader, but now by a tight length. In their second, Solid Rock. Keen Finale looks him over from third. Damn Dan is pushed along in fourth, and Mega Dragon is peaked to the outside. As they come down in front of the fans in the stands for the first time, 99 Problems has got every call so far. He's under a tight hold for Austin Hanners. Solid Rock is tightened into second. Keen Finale looks to peak to the outside as Mega Dragon was first to flush through a half in 1 minute, 1/5. Second quarter in 30 and 1. Around the turn they come, and 99 Problems still continues to be the one. Now, company comes on the outside in the form of Keen Finale as Luke Hanners looks for another one. Heads are pointed towards 3/4. 99 Problems inside. Outside Keen Finale. Solid Rock is locked in the box and is further back to Damn Dan and Mega Dragon. 3/4 is on the board in 1:29 and 3, a 29 and 2 backside. Around the turn they go, and 99 Problems has been asked for more. Solid Rock comes on now for Neisonger. Looks like we're down to these two. 99 Problems inside. Looking him over from second is Solid Rock. 99 Problems. Here comes Solid Rock on the outside. It's 99 Problems and a win 8-1. 99 Problems took them all the way.
"99 Problems.
158, 3/5.
So Brian Georges
That's awesome.
gets his second training win.
Brian did tell me he's a little guy, but he's got a big ear and a big heart.
And Austin Hanners gets his first win of the day. So he closes the gap on his brother. 158
You know, the Austin is the older of the two brothers.
By 2 years.
Yep, by 2 years. Could you imagine, you know, like, they get in a car to, like, go to Scioto, and he's like, oh, yeah, man, I win 3 more than you today. Like, you're younger than me. Knock it off. I don't have any siblings, so I can't tell you personally how it goes, but. So in the winner's circle here, it looks like we have Brian George's grooms and trainers. Brian's the trainer, but he's in the announcer's booth. But there is Zach Tackett, which is an owner here for 99 Problems.
99 Problems coming home, and as Brian said, this is not one of them with the win.
And so hopefully Eric O'Neill Jr., his namesake for his football number.
Circle is the official winner of today's 10th race. He's a 2-year-old bay colt by Catch the Fire out of the Western Hanover mare Ashley Starr, owned by Lucky Label Stable, Grove City, Ohio. Zach Tackett of Washington Courthouse, Ohio, trained by Brian Georges. Austin Hanners in the winner's circle, East Clinton High School local graduate, and he steers 99 Problems, the little guy, to a lifetime mark of 158 3/5. Final quarter 29, final half 58 2/5. That 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pace is sponsored by Fiesta Veracruz right here in downtown Wilmington. Results are official. Race 10. From the top down, number 1, Damn Dan, 5. The 2, 99 Problems, the race winner. 3, Solid Rock, 2. 4, Keen Finale, 3. 5, Mega Dragon, 4.
Said you've got the local boy getting the win, so always nice when you can get a win on the track where you cut your teeth. So Austin Anders picks up the victory. And 10 now in the book. We got a couple of changes. Buchaners will drive the number 4, and Sean Barker the second will drive the number 5. So we will have 5 go to the gate in the second division for 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trotters when we return to Wilmington, Ohio, and the Clinton County Fair right after this.
Do you love horses and the outdoors? There are hundreds of immediate openings across Ohio for caretakers and grooms. Work with these beautiful animals every day. Health insurance, vision care, prescription benefits, and a retirement plan are available to those that qualify. Help care for these beautiful animals. Immediate openings across Ohio. For more information, visit ohiohorsejobs.com. That's ohiohorsejobs.com.
Welcome back to the Clinton County Fair. We apologize for the problems we're having up at Cortland today. For those of you that might have been watching there and now over here to join, that fairground is cursed. Problems today. Last year we had problems, and when we could not get out, so we had to tape all the races and edit them together. It just was a mess up at Cortland. So we apologize for that. We're working to see if we can get things righted for this afternoon. But here, all things are running smoothly, knock on wood, as we get set for our 11th race today. This will be the second division for 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters. The number 1 is No Days Off. Cody Greeno drives for Ed Greeno Jr. This is a What the Hill owned by E.G. Trott of Findlay, Ohio. 6 starts this year. It was a winner last time out by 21 lengths at Ottawa, trotting in 2:02 and 2. This horse has tried the Buckeye Stallion Series back at Scioto Downs back on May 23rd. Was in the Ohio Sire Stakes 2-year-old championships last year, finished 7th.
All right, the 2, Hill Fire. Tyler Tench sends out this 3-year-old, What the Hill. He was unraced as a 2-year-old, so as a 3-year-old, he has 3 starts. He is in the money. 2 starts back at Ottawa. Finished second with Jason Beatty in the race bike. Ronnie Gillespie had drove his last start at Marion, so Jason's back in the bike tonight. He does race with trotting hobbles and on Lasix.
The number 3 is Here's Arthur. Jeff Nysonger drives for James Bolin Jr. Charles Bolin of Jeffersonville is the owner. This is a Team 6 out of the Equinox by mare. Here's Ethel. 4 starts this year, a 3rd place finish. Had a big year last year as a 2-year-old. 7 wins and 17 starts, earned just over $39,000. Was just a $6,500 purchase at the Blooded Horse sale. But this year has been having a lot of problems. Has made breaks in its last 5 races. The one race it did not make a break, finished second.
All right, number 4, Done It. Luke Hanners on the race bike for Dan O'Mara. Marjorie Paul Hamus is the owner and the breeder. This guy here was also unraced as a 2-year-old, so he has 6 starts as a 3-year-old with $2,400 in the bank. He started out at the Parimutuel tracks, was in the Greenfield Series. Didn't catch much or any money there, but at Scioto and Circleville this year, he has made a little bit of money there, and he is a Marcel.
The number 5 is Flying Ryan. The Deuce, Sean Barker II, gets the lines for Brian Roebuck, who owns this Uncle Peter gelding. 1 start this year. That was a 4th place finish at Ottawa. Has 6 career starts, still looking to hit the board for the first time. The maiden was a $5,200 purchase at the Blooded Horse sale. So as we get set to go with the 11th, Jeremy Moore, fine job up there through your first
job, buddy.
10. I'm not sure, why you're taking a break. I mean, come on now.
I said you had plenty of hot air. You could probably handle it.
So, no, very good job up there for the first time behind the microphone. So, we get set here, field of 5, getting ready for the post-parade.
Oh, so I got another fun fact. Jason Beatty, he is driving the 2-horse Hill Fire. And one of Jason's favorite pieces of equipment are the New Zealand spreaders, which I haven't got to talk to Jason yet today in person, but I was going to ask him what the difference is between New Zealand spreaders and regular spreaders, like American spreaders. So if anybody watching, if anybody knows that answer before I can talk to Jason, let me know because I'm curious. Jason's favorite food is Welch's fruit snacks. So if your fruit snacks are missing from your snackle box, I'd blame Jason. Jason's most memorable win, he was here from New Zealand. One of his first starts was at Freehold, and his grandfather was there. So that was one of his first U.S. wins. One of his favorite horses to drive is Skipping Stone, which is a Brian George's trainee. He says that Skipping Stone basically drives him himself. So I've seen Skipping Stone a couple times there at Scioto and in the ladies' paces. Skipping Stone, he's a cool dude. He is definitely cool, and he has an attitude, that is for sure. But Jason said he drives them himself. So I thought that was pretty interesting.
Well, Jeremy Moore up here. We've got your microphone. Well, give us your assessment of your first time calling races. We'll get the post-parade first.
Days off. Cody Greeno at the lines. 2, Hill Fire for Jason Beatty. 3 is Here's Arthur, Jeff Nysonger. 4, Done It, Luke Hanners. Number 5, Flying Ryan. Vanilla Thunder, 2 Barker at the lines. 5, 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trotters, sponsored by Ski Racing Stable. Be at the post in 3 minutes.
Well, how was it calling those first ones?
So I did a lot of time practicing. I'd watch OHHA. I wrote stuff down, and I watch your guys' broadcast from Circleville, Ottawa, Marion. It's a whole lot different live.
Did you throw your cheat sheets out the window or what?
No, I had kind of printed up a thing.
Yeah, you sent it to me. I seen it.
The red was one, and I had the drivers and the horses and stuff. Of course, with all the drivers changed, that looks like chicken scratches now.
You should see our papers.
Yeah. But no, it's not bad. After the first race, my wife called me. I'm thinking either something's wrong or what, so I picked up real fast. She said, breathe. She said, you didn't breathe that first race. And I was up there bouncing, but once I got going, it got a little better. Only got stumbled up a few times.
The one time you got the Hanner brothers confused, which
is
easy to do. We did that. So.
Yep. And then there's a huge blind spot up there.
Oh, is it? Where?
So about halfway through the first turn, I don't see them until they come out of the first turn.
Oh, is there no window on the side of that booth?
Nope.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And then I've got 4 other guys trying to watch the race up there, the judges, the charter, and everybody, and I'm the shortest one, so I'm trying to bob and weave in between them to see. So it's interesting up there. It's fun.
Are you having a good time, though?
Oh, yeah.
That's all that matters.
Yep, that is. No, you did a good job. In fact, the fans were screaming for you to get back up there when Brian started calling his first race. They wanted you back there.
Yeah,
so.
Brian made one mistake, and they
were
let
all
him
over
have
him. So, well, the starting car is starting to roll. So, the number 1, No Days Off with Cody Greeno. The number 2, Hillfire and Jason Beatty. The number 3, Here's Arthur, Jeff Nysonger. The number 4, Done It with Luke Hanners. And the number 5, Flying Ryan with Sean Barker II, as we get set to go with the second division for 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters. Brian George is with the call. Jason, ready, set. Let's send it up.
Here they come. They're off in their trotting and No Days Off. Benefited from the inside, went right to the front. Tucking in there second is Hillfire. Away nicely in third is Here's Arthur. Tucking back in to be fourth is Done It. And the early trailer is Flying Ryan. Off stride around the turn went Done It. And they were momentarily lined up in numerical order until the early miscue. Down the backside they go for the quarter. No Days Off. Off a dominating performance at Ottawa, has got the lead by 3 lengths. Hillfire has pocketed up for Beatty. Inside third, Here's Arthur. Flying Ryan, and after the early break, Done It trails the field. They're by an opening quarter-mile station in 30 and 2/5 seconds, and No Days Off. The What the Hill gelding leads the way by a tight length. Hillfire in there looking at him. It's from second. Here's Arthur, 3 lengths back further in third, and Done It far back to the breaker as they come in front of the fans in the stands for the first time, and No Days Off just cruising along on the lead, and he's by a half mile in 101 flat, a 30 and 3/5 second quarter as Cody Greeno continues to show the way in their second. Hillfire. Here's Arthur, patiently handled for Nysonger, Flying Ryan, and Done It. 5/8 of a mile in the books. Heads are pointed towards 3/4. No Days Off. Still the one to beat. Right in their second, Hillfire. Here's Arthur has asked for a bit more from Nysonger, and Flying Ryan and Done It. 3/4 is on the board in 1:30 and 4/5, a 29 and 4 third quarter sprint. And Cody says go, but off stride went No Days Off. He blew up on the lead. Inheriting the lead is Hillfire. Now Here's Arthur is the fresh threat for Nysonger as they turn for home. Hillfire on the outside is Here's Arthur. Hillfire, Here's Arthur. These two on the inside, Hillfire. Outside, Here's Arthur. Hillfire by a neck on the wire over Here's Arthur and Flying Ryan. Time in the mile, 2:01, 3/5.
2:01 and 3/5 for your winner, Hillfire. It was all No Days Off and Cody Greeno until that last turn, and breaks stride, and that opened the door for Hillfire, and here's Arthur, but it was Hillfire holding off. Here's Arthur coming down the stretch.
No days off. He's a big colt. Like, he is massive. I am so shocked that he made it around, the first 3 turns. He's a big horse. I mean, look out on the backside. Like, that guy there, he's got a big bike on. Cody's not a small kid. And bless his heart, he had an accident.
Racing mainly at the Parimutuel tracks. Did race at Ottawa last time out.
Yep.
Won in by 21 lengths. Had not shown any breaks. The only issue he had was back at the end of last year, broken equipment in a race, and still ended up finishing 3rd.
Yeah, so that was a very uncharacteristic break for that guy. Unfortunately, but they'll be okay. The Greenos, they make them come back.
So waiting on our winner to come back around. Hillfire, first win. Did not race as a 2-year-old. Now 1 for 4 this year for trainer Tyler Tinch.
Jason Beatty in the bike and heading back to the winner's circle.
And I believe that's number 4 for Jason.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Big crowd in the winner's circle picture this time.
Oh, yeah, the lady over here to my right, she was hooping and hollering for him.
Back in front of the stands is your official winner of race 11. The winner's a 3-year-old bay gelding by What the Hill out of the Cantab Hall mare Missing an Angel, owned by Blaze Racing, Cincinnati, Ohio. Tyler Tinch, the trainer. Jason Beatty driving triple on today's program for Jason. Hillfire in winning today. That's his first career victory. He establishes a lifetime mark of 2:01 3/5. That 3-year-old colt and gelding trot is sponsored by the Ski Racing Stable. Want to thank the Borowskis for all their support this week here at the Clinton County Fair.
Down there in that winner's circle with your winner, Hillfire. The What the Hill gelding out of the Cantab Hall mare Missing an Angel, owned by Blaze Racing of Cincinnati.
There was 2 What the Hills that were in there, and they're big horses. And like I said, I'm not too good with the trotters, but those boys are massive.
3, here's Arthur. 2, the 4, Done It. 5, and the 5, Flying Ryan. 3, 4, 1, 2, 5, 3 on the bottom, 30 and 2/5, 101, 130 and 4/5, 2:01 3/5. In your upcoming 12th race, scratch the 1, Bob's Dream. That 3rd division of the 3-year-old colt and gelding trot will be at the post in 8 minutes.
So there you go. So 11 now in the books. Any tips for Mr. Georges over there when you go back over there after listening to him over on this side?
No, he talks a lot more than I do. This is his hometown crowd, so yeah, go ahead.
I liked what he said, that you volunteered your time.
So how that came to be was at the courthouse matinee, Alan Woolems and I was talking. He asked me if I was going to do the judges school. I said probably not this year, because I told him my retirement job after being a cop is either be a judge or a race announcer. He remembered that. So they asked him to be a judge here, and Brian told him, said, look, both of us can't be up in the stand because we raced too many that day. And a light bulb clicked off in Alan's head. So I got the call. He's like, would you do it? I said, yeah. He said, no, you got to do it for free. I said, that's all right. No problem. I'll do it for you, buddy. So
And then
that's how it come to be.
2 days later, you called me and said I volunteered you for something.
But no, you did a great job for your first 10. And relax, enjoy your time before this afternoon, because 16, that extra 6 is, it's a challenge.
Yeah, it'll definitely drag a little bit, but like I say, I look forward to it. And when we come back from break, speaking of being a cop, I got a cop story.
Oh, good. Those are always good. So we'll take a break. We'll come back with Jeremy Moore, and then when he tells us his cop story, then we're going to grab Ashley Daly out of the bullpen. She joins us, because then I'm out of here. I got to get back to the office and do some real work today. So we'll be back right after this.
Wellston in Jackson County is located a scenic 82 miles southeast of Columbus. Enjoy the sights and sounds of some true Southern Ohio hospitality as you head to the Jackson County Fair held from Friday, July 11th through Saturday the 19th. Visit the several golf courses in the area or the Lake Catherine State Nature Preserve. And you can explore the hills at Leo Petroglyph State Memorial, where you can see the rock carvings of ancient indigenous people and the graffiti of our ancestors up close. At Buckeye Furnace State Memorial Park, find out about the 1852 restored charcoal blast furnace and how over 300,000 tons of pig iron was produced in its day. What town founder Harvey Wells envisioned as Pittsburgh of the West was one time the second highest producer of iron in the young country. Downtown Wellston offers great places to eat, and nestled among the nooks and crannies are various curio shops. It's just one of the many stops you can make as you follow Driving Park Road to the Southern Valley Colt Circus Stake Races on July 11th and July 12th. Post time, 6 p.m. And you'll be saying, yeah, I'm going to Jackson.
Welcome back to the Clinton County Fairgrounds in Wilmington, Ohio, as we get set for our 12th. But before we get to 12th, we got a cop story. Jeremy, what have you got for us? All I know is it's making Jasmine squirm a little.
It was around 11 o'clock one night. I'm pulling off the exit of 35 on the Bickett Road there, and I'm following this SUV.
Well, hang on. Let's talk about this for a second.
Are you going to interrupt?
This was a weekday.
Yes.
Okay, you have to add those kind of details, Jeremy.
I didn't know it was okay to break the law on the weekends and not the weekdays.
I never. Okay, go on. Go on.
So we all know where this is going. So we come up to the red light there at Old 35 in Bickett, and I'm watching, and it's red, plain red. And this vehicle
He's
just
colorblind.
makes a
Everybody forgets he's
right-hand turn.
colorblind.
May have slowed down a little bit, but just continue right on. So I wait and find a good spot. I light this car up. I walk up to it. I already know who it is. And I go, usually it's, hey, I'm Sergeant Moore, Sheriff's Office. The reason why I stopped you is blah, blah, blah. I walk up there. I'm like, do you not know red means stop at a red light? It means stop, complete stop. And she snapped around. I know she was getting ready to yell. She yelled all right. A couple four-letter words. And
Oh.
Wow.
You forgot to tell him that you're colorblind, Jeremy.
I'm not colorblind.
Well, even if he was, he knew the top light was lit. Wow.
I said, are you sure?
Oh. Are we doing a call to the... You going to have a call to the post later?
I can't get reception on my phone.
Well, let's send it up to Brian for the post parade, and then we'll tell you about these horses.
Number 1 is scratched, so the field will be led to the post by number 2, Oh Mickey, driver Jeff Nysonger. 3, All We Wanted for David Myers. Number 4, Mail Boy's Dream and Roy Burns. And number 5, Last Rail Standing, Bruce Sturgeon. In his sulky, the 4 trotters will be out the post in 2 minutes.
We talked about this number 2, Oh Mickey, the Tony Basil song.
We
Jeff
did.
Nysonger drives and trains the Long Tom for Myron Kester, Nysonger Stables, and Benson Roth. 1 win in 11 starts this year, has hit the board in 3 straights, was a $31,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale. Lifetime 5 wins, earnings over $43,000.
The 3, All We Wanted. Teddy Groen is sending this guy out. He is a trainer and owner for David Myers to drive. This guy's got 32 lifetime starts, only 2 wins. This guy here, I got a little information on him yesterday. He is a big horse, which you can see as he went by in the post parade. This guy, he's big. He's a long tom. They named him Stick. When he came out as a baby, he was all legs, that guy was. So his last 2 starts were on a half-mile track, and they were at Marion and Ottawa. He finished 1, 2, 3, his last 3 starts. Jeff's been driving this guy. Oh, wrong horse. There. Oh, my gosh. Why didn't you say something?
Because I was looking to find out where you were going with this. No, she's been
it's
pretty
you.
good. I think you rattled her.
Yeah.
You rattled her.
Anyways.
That's what happens when those lights come on.
Okay, make a long story short. He's been on that's why I was wondering. Okay, so he's been on a 5/8 mile track. Teddy had told me yesterday that he didn't want to drive to Northfield for the Buckeye Stallion Series. That's where he suspects this horse is going to go. But it's a little closer ship, and it seems like a little easier company for this guy to stay here.
The number 4 is Male Boy's Dream. Roy Burns drives, trains, and co-owns with Joan Burns. This horse is making its first start of the year. Last year had 7 starts, did not hit the board. A $27,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale. Last time out was a qualifier, made breaks. Did stay flat in the qualifier before that, finished 6th in 205 and 2.
The 5 last rail standing. Bruce Sturgeon is going to drive for Matt Waltz. This guy's make some mistakes here in his last couple starts. This is his second start of 2025, and they're going to hand the lines over to Bruce Sturgeon, see if he can keep this guy flat. 12th race is headed to the gate. The rail horse is out. The 2, Oh Mickey with Jeff Nysonger. 3, All We Wanted, David Myers. Male Boy's Dream with Roy Burns. And the 5 on the outside, last rail standing with Bruce Sturgeon. Headed up.
They're off in their trotting, and Oh Mickey pushed the gate away and has an early 1-length advantage. Looking to tuck in second, All We Wanted. From the outside post, now driving on for Sturgeon, is last rail standing. On the inside, Oh Mickey. On the outside, last rail standing, and Nysunger's not going to give up the front. He says, Bowie getting the deuce as they go past the opening 8th behind the lead of Oh Mickey. Last rail standing, pocketed up now for Sturgeon. All We Wanted looks him over from 3rd. A quick break for Male Boy's Dream, but he's back trotting in 4th. They went by an opening quarter-mile station, 29 4/5 for Jeff Nysonger and Oh Mickey, who have the lead by about 3 lengths. In their second, last rail standing, off stride in 3rd when All We Wanted, and Mailroom Boys is 4th. So they come in front of the fans in the stands for the first time, and Oh Mickey pushed the gate away and took command, and he's still there by a tightening length. Last rail standing right in there for Sturgeon. Male Boy's Dream moved up into 3rd, and then it's All We Wanted. A half mile was trotted in 101 1/5. So Nysonger with a well-rated 31 2 second quarter, and he'll be tough to beat but from here. Last rail standing is staying with him for Sturgeon in second. Then it's 10 lengths further back to Male Boy's Dream and All We Wanted. Heads are pointed towards 3/4 behind the lead of Oh Mickey. He can't shake. Last rail standing, who's going right with him. And then in the race is on for 3rd between Male Boy's Dream and All We Wanted. 3/4 was trotted in 132 1, a 31 second backside for Oh Mickey and Nysonger, who has extended the lead now to 2 lengths. Sturgeon is asking for more from last rail standing, and they turn from home, and these two will decide it. Oh Mickey inside, grandstand side, last rail standing is surging up for Bruce Sturgeon. Inside, Oh Mickey, outside, last rail standing. Got him in the final strides. Last rail standing pulls off a shocker in race 12. 201 2/5.
7-1.
That's
over the
cool.
1-5 favorite. Bruce Sturgeon brings home last rail standing for trainer Matt Waltz. He just bided his time sitting in the pocket, and when it was time, was able to pull out and track down the leader, Oh Mickey, to win.
That was a very, very patient drive.
Did not get the time. 201 and 2.
201 and 2. Yep.
201 and 2 the final time. So Bruce Sturgeon picks up his first win of the year in his 11 starts. 63 years young out there driving. First start of the year for last rail standing, who had a lot of problems with brakes, but nothing today. Stayed flat, comes home a winner.
And this is another horse that's massive. I feel like all these things are huge. I know he is a 3-year-old colt by Long Tom, but the What the Hills are big too, and that's good. I'm glad that these big horses can get around, half-mile tracks, as the fairs are not that giving when it comes to turns.
Golf cart makes its way over, and here now comes your winner, the number 5, Last Rail Standing.
The 5, Last Rail Standing. 3-year-old bay gelding by Long Tom out of the Donna Rail mare Above the Rail. Owned and trained by Matt Waltz, Lebanon, Ohio. Bruce Sturgeon pulls it off here. Last Rail Standing. First win of the season, first start of the season, and he establishes a lifetime mark of 201 2/5. That 12th race trophy presented by Ski Racing Stable. Jason and Jackie Borowski have joined us there in the winner's circle. And that trophy for the fastest division will go to the connections of Mr. Squeeze, the Steve Carter Stable. You were the fastest division of the Ski Racing Stable, 3-year-old colt and gelding trot. Results are official for race 12. The 1 was scratched, the 2, Oh Mickey 2, the 3, All We Wanted 4, the 4, Mail Boy's Dream 3, and the 5, Last Rail Standing, the winner. Scratch 2, 4, 3, 1 on the bottom, 29 and 4, 101 and 1, 132 and 1, 201 2/5. We move on to race 13.
3/4 of our card is in the book. She's finally warmed up out of the bullpen, coming in the right-hander, Ashley Daly. Well, welcome home. welcome home. So, well, that's all right. Was it a good honeymoon?
Awesome.
Oh, wow. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, good. Well, welcome back, and now time to get to work.
How long did you go for? Awesome.
10 days in Italy. Throw about 5 before that in Colorado. We don't even know if her office. There's so much dust on her office now. Right now. You know, the computers. You know, we don't even know if it works anymore. It's so outdated. So. No, but welcome back. So glad you could make it down here. You're going to be with Jasmine for the rest of this card. I'm going to step out of here, and then you guys are going to be back later tonight. So when we return, it'll be Ashley and Jasmine. The thorn between two roses is getting out of here. So we'll see everybody later. We'll be back with the 13th after this.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres' experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
back out from the bullpen, and she's back from vacation. She's gonna get back in work mode here.
I know. It's we're excited to be back. I'm remembering how to do my job. We're a month into fair season now.
Yes.
Just a few fairs in, we're really ramping up, so I have to remember what I do every day. But I'm excited. I went to school here in Wilmington, spent 4 years here, but this is my first time at the county fair.
Awesome.
I've never been here. This is not, I'm trying to think, is this OCRA?
Yes.
Listen, this is even the circuit I grew up in, and I don't think I've ever been here before. So interesting. I didn't even realize it was OCRA. But it's a small fair, but we're also just getting the brick of it. There's plenty of races. There's, 32 total today?
Yep.
And doesn't look like we're going to break any track records.
No, the first 2 races, the 2-year-olds went 57. I mean, they were moving, but if you would have seen the track yesterday, you would have been like, no shot, we're racing today. But
so I landed back in Ohio at midnight last night. So Jasmine, bring me up to speed of what I have missed. Yesterday you were rained out.
Yep, yesterday. So we were rained out. So I got here. So yesterday was like my first day, right? So I was like super excited. I'm super early, and I get here and it starts raining, and I'm looking at the backside, and it's about 3 wide up with water, and I'm like, there ain't no way. So I go through the barns, and I'm doing my own thing, and they say they're canceled. Be here at 11. So my hind end was here at 11 o'clock.
Is this your first time on air? It's not, is it?
So I worked with Jeremy, not a whole card.
Okay.
So I've never done a whole card. So I worked with Jeremy at Xenia, which is my hometown. I probably did 6 or 8, but I did my homework for these races.
You did.
I got highlighter all over the place.
I came in with, listen, I'm gonna open a program and I'm gonna roll with it. It's been a minute, but I guess I didn't realize even where you were out of. I didn't realize Xenia was home base for you. So you're pretty close enough.
Yeah, I'm originally from Illinois. So, but
right.
Yeah, we have our house and our we don't have a farm there, but we have our house and we have our standardbreds at Xenia. So.
How long was this trip for you? Maybe a half an hour?
Maybe a half hour.
But no, I was excited to be back to Wilmington. Hopefully in between, we'll see how fast we kind of roll off these last few that we have. I think we're headed now into the 13th. Is that correct?
Yep, we're into the 13th. This is the 2-year-old Colts and Geldings, the 5th division of 6 of the Colts and Gelding Pacers, a purse of $2,800.
It's amazing to me. We have, I believe it's 3 total fairs today. Cortland is having a double card. Bell Fountain is also having their second card, and more or less a double header here today too. And we still have so many races. It's not really dying down yet, because frankly, now our 2-year-olds are going to really start stepping into the scene. A few horses, of course, have gone to the BSS and OSS, but this is just the thick of it.
Yep, and to have 6 divisions of pacing colts, and was talking to Frank earlier, like the breeding operation is phenomenal. It's outstanding, and they just keep popping out babies, and we're gonna keep making divisions for them. So
you've mentioned how big these colts are.
Yes,
and I wanted to chime in a couple times. They don't make them small anymore.
No,
Jasmine. There are very few. You'll see.
Hang on, Brian Georges did have one, and he said that's one for the little guy.
Right, and you'll see every once in a while out these sales in the fall. You'll see kind of a pony, maybe just didn't grow very much, or was born kind of late in the year. But they just do not make them small. Trotters, pacers, doesn't matter. Especially, I guess all across the board, our freshmen focus. But these pacers are just big boned from the get-go. And even our trotters, right? We like a lot of length in a trotter's body, but still, like you said, these turns are tight.
And they're not giving. They're not giving at all. So having these big horses is, we're going to go up to the post parade.
Jeff Neisauger. Three is the town mailman, Roy Wilson. Number 4, Alma Mater for Dylan Fagan. Number 5, Fire the Dems, Andre Nard is in his sulky. The 4, 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers. Be at the post in 3 minutes.
Just quick, and then we'll get back to that.
Veracruz, this is the final division. Right here in downtown Wilmington. Mexican restaurant, Fiesta Veracruz. First time sponsor here.
ATI Kiss My Hawks is the 2. Jeff Nysonger's driving for Logan Rowe, and Matt Rowe is the owner. This was a $10,000 Buckeye Classic sale purchase here. He's had 2 qualifiers and 1 big race at the big stage. Unfortunately, he was 6th, but he did pace in 54 with Tyler Smith on the bike. Jeff Nysonger is going to take over the lines today.
Roy Wilson is on the 3. The town mailman Craig Bowman trains. This is a gelding by Wellsad out of a Pet Rock mare. Recently did have some broken equipment and some braking issues in the last fair stake at Ottawa. We're not going to hold that against him. His very first start at Circleville was a win in 2:01 and 4. So that's 2 starts on the year with 1 win and $1,600 made.
All Mater is the 4. Dylan Fagan is going to drive for Brett Swartz. There is a owner change. Tim Swartz is going to own this 2-year-old gelding by Summa Cum Laude. My Lady Dude is American Ideal mare. This is also a first foal. And
rounding out the field, we have Fire the Dems. Andre Nard will drive for the Greg Luther Racing Stable, who does own Todd Luther, of course, trains this Catch the Fire gelding by a well-said mare. It's really been knocking on the door. Last start out at Ottawa did have a 3rd place finish in 2:02 and 3. Before that, at Circleville, had a 2nd and had a nice qualifier at Scioto Downs early June, just over a month, well, actually exactly a month ago now. Had a 2nd place finish in that qualifier and won 58 and 2. Again, knocking on the door, looking for the first lifetime win, but there we go. We're scratched down to a field of 4 for the 13th, the 5th division of 2-year-old colt pacers. Let's throw it up to our announcer.
Here they come. They're off in their pacing, and the town mailman blasted out of there from post 3 for Roy Wilson. Away nicely from the outside is Fire the Dems, and he looks to pocket up for Nard. Inside 3, ATI Kiss My Hawks. He's patiently handled by Nysonger. Away in 4th is Alma Mater. Around the turn they went, and the town mailman came away with the lead, and he's on top by a length. In there 2nd, Fire the Dems. ATI Kiss My Hawks 3rd, Alma Mater 4th, as positions are unchanged through an opening quarter mile that was stepped off in a leisurely 30 and 4/5 seconds. So the town mailman, impressive winner at Circleville. A little trouble at Ottawa, but he looks good so far today, and he's on top by a length. Fire the Dems, 2-hole trip for Andre Nards, looks him over from 2nd. ATI Kiss My Hawks, waiting for the word go from Nysonger, and he just got it. And here comes the heavyweight. ATI Kiss My Hawks is rolling up on the outside, and these two are battling for the front. The town mailman doesn't want to give it up. Halfway home in 1:01 and 3, identical 30 and 4/5 quarters for the leader, the town mailman. Nysonger slid in the pocket with ATI Kiss My Hawks as Fire the Dems couldn't go on for Nard, and it's 4 lengths further back to Alma Mater. Heads are pointed towards 3/4, and the town mailman is being asked for more, and he has it by a length and a half. Now, ATI Kiss My Hawks has been given his cue again for Nysonger as they hit 3/4 in 1:30 and 2, a 28 and 4 third quarter, and off stride briefly went ATI Kiss My Hawks, and that left the town mailman on top by 3. Now, looking to re-rally is Fire the Dems down the grandstand side. The town mailman, Fire the Dems, Fire the Dems went by it. It's Trump country today. The Dems are there for Fire the Dems, and Andre Nard, another upset in race 13.
Well, there we go. Final mile time.
Nope, not yet.
Maybe.
So Fire the Dems, Andre Nard in the race bike for Todd Luther, breeder Black Magic Racing, and owner Greg Luther Racing.
What did I say? Knocking on the
Knocking
door.
on the door.
He
Yes,
was.
he did.
Honestly, that 3rd quarter gassed the town mailman a little bit, but still
Yes.
very nice effort. I think by the end, I'm pretty much right on the wire. Ended up third, I think. So I have 5-2-3 unofficial across the wire. Not sure that final mile time, but a very nice, patient effort by Andre, and he avoided some traffic.
Yes,
Jeff went on a pretty hard break there. Momentarily, it wasn't a long break, but it probably just pushed that 2-year-old maybe a little off his speed, especially going into that turn.
Yeah. Jeff asked a lot from that colt numerous times on the mile, so for him to come back and be second, that was pretty impressive as well. 2-year-old son by Racing Hill, ATL Kiss My Hawks. He is definitely going to be on my watch list.
I think Logan Rowe in general, that's a trainer of ATI Kiss My Hawks, kind of needs to be on everybody's watch list. He's pretty young in the game, but he's had some really nice horses. One that comes to mind maybe 2 years ago now, racing the jug at Seaside. Oh, what is her name?
Beautiful Seaside.
There you go.
And the only reason I know her, I mean, she is a nice mare, don't get me wrong, but I have to pony her all the time at Scioto. So, yes.
Here's our winner back into the circle.
Owned by Greg Luther Racing, LLC of Blacklick, Ohio. Todd Luther, the trainer. Andre Nard with a nice steer here. Fire the Dems. Lifetime mark, 159, 4/5. Your 5th division of the Fiesta Veracruz 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pace is in the books. Your trophy will go to the Logan Rose stable, fastest division for Yankees Mo in race 2. Results for race 13 are official. Scratch the 1, the 2, ATI Kiss My Hawks 2, the 3, The Town Mailman 3, the 4, Alma Mater 4, the 5, Fire the Dems, the race winner. Top down scratch, 2, 3, 4, 1 on the bottom, 30 and 4/5, 101 and 3, 130 and 2, 159, 4/5.
That's
14th race, we have no changes.
That's super exciting for these guys here. Fire the Dems. He was a $5,000 Buckeye Classic sale purchase, so congratulations to those connections.
Definitely, we've seen, the sale last year with now our 2-year-olds that are hitting the track. All the sales were a little all over the board. We had, of course, some very high-priced, very well-bred horses.
Yes.
But even there were some well-breds that kind of slipped through the cracks a little, and it was just the haves and the have-nots really at the sales last year, which I'm sure a lot of our breeders were not the happiest.
No.
Not the happiest with that because we had some go for a little bit cheaper. But, hey, when it comes to owning and training, that works in our favor a little bit more. But hopefully that's going to be a nice return on investment for that Luther stable.
It's horse racing. It's a games of ups and downs.
Always. Famine and feast.
Yes.
We are going to turn the page, headed next into race 14 of 16. We're on the back end of our early card here today. All of our colts. The 14th race is going to be the 3rd division of 2-year-old colt trotters. Currently, it is a field of 4 with no changes. Jasmine and I will walk you through.
There is one change.
Oh, there is one change, okay.
14th race 3, Fully Naughty, races on Lasix for the first time.
There we go.
So he does race on Lasix for the first time, was unraced. Oh, because he wasn't.
Because a 2-year-old.
Because he wasn't even a baby yet.
But there we go. Jasmine and I will walk you through and introduce you to the field of 4 after a brief message from our sponsors.
Volstead, Coach K. Hanover, Slay, Ohio's top trotters stand at Dublin Valley Farms. Volstead's offspring include Sugar Instead, the 2023 Ohio 2-year-old Trotting Filly of the Year, and 2024 Ohio Sire Stakes winner Jurassic Hattie. Coach K. Hanover, the son of world record holder Walner, and Slay, the son of Chapter 7, standing his first season at Dublin Valley Farms.
Hi, I'm Dean Gillespie, and I want to tell you about the Ohio Colt Racing Association. There's 19 member fairs, and they sponsor the partial futurity in Greenville, Ohio. You need to race in the OCRA. Great racetracks, great people. Bring the kids and come out to the fair, and remember, fair time is fun time.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. Thestable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
Now we're back, headed into race 14 of 16, the early card in Clinton County, Wilmington, Ohio. It has been a whopping 5 years since I've been here, but never at the county fair. But Jasmine, I apologize if you and Frank talked about this earlier, but can you bring us up to speed on the speed that we're seeing at Scioto? You get a pretty cool view of it.
I do. As I outride at Scioto, Wednesday through Saturday, Devin Miller, she's kind of my right-hand girl. She kind of sits there and she takes the days off when I think I need a vacation. So, yeah, I actually do. I see these miles. It's insane. Just like you said earlier, the horses, they're built big. And, the bigger they are, the more ground they can cover, the faster they can go. And, a lot of people say a lot of things about the track and this, that, and whatever. Those track guys at Scioto work their tails off. They are there from early mornings, and they are there until after the races. And for most of you know that, our last post time is 11:52. So, we're there all night. And those guys, they work hard, and they love their job. So I will say, it's nothing that we can fix. You know what I mean? So it's definitely the athletes.
I think earlier in the race, maybe mid-card, you had mentioned some drivers in cowboying.
Oh, yeah.
And you're not totally seeing that as much as the county fairs right now as you're at the pari-mutuels. That used to be the complete opposite.
Yes, ma'am.
And don't get me wrong, there's still some cowboys we'll see out there. But it is, these, we've said it for the last couple of years, internally, I guess, with my mom, and how these 2-year-olds are just expected to be aged racehorses from the word go.
Yep.
Of course, here at the county fair, it's a little bit different.
And some of the kids we have here today, I guess they're kids, but they're not kids. Like Dylan Fagan, Austin Hanners, Cody Greeno, Luke Hanners. These kind of guys, they do race at Scioto, so they are in the cowboy rodeo, if you will. So they have it in them. Don't get me wrong, but also these are 2-year-olds. These guys drive older horses every day, and you want to think that they want to give them a good experience when they come out here, and they want to be able to teach them the rights and the wrongs. So hopefully we don't see a lot of that here at the fairs. But like you said, back in the days, it used to be the complete opposite, because the king of the fairs, Mr. Nysonger, he used to be the king, and that's why, is because he's fearless.
Not as much track to play with, of course, with a half mile versus the 5/8, and if you're going over to Hoosier and things like that, 7/8. But I was going to say something. I lost my train of thought. We were talking about cowboys and the next gen.
Oh,
I missed. So I was about 6 hours ahead. So by the time you guys were racing about midnight, it was 6 a.m. for me.
You're on vacation. You need a nap.
And so I didn't get to watch it live. But I, had the release on my phone and my emails as soon as I woke up, and it kind of makes you want to throw up, because not even 10 years ago, 202 was winning sire stakes for us.
Right.
Trotters. Right. But it's just amazing. It really is.
Let's go to the post parade here for the 14th, and then we will talk about the next generation last week at Scioto Downs.
Fred Greeno Jr. Number 2, Kafiro, Chuck Bolin. Number 3, Fully Naughty for Austin Hanners. Number 4, Wave of Perfection. Dylan Fagan is in his sulky. The 4 2-year-old Colton Gelding Trotters will be at the post in less than 2 minutes. This is the final division of the 2-year-old Colton Gelding Trot, so this will decide the trophy. Buckley Brothers.
So this is our final division, race 14 for the 2-year-old Colton Gelding Trotters. The number 1 horse, Winding Path, Ed Greeno Jr. is going to train and drive. This Enterprise colt by Y did Hanover as a Cantab Hall mare. She was unraced, so this is her first foal. This guy has also, in words of Ashley, has been knocking on the door. He is was at Marion and Paulding. He finished third, and he went ahead and win at Ottawa in 2-7 and 4. So with 3 starts, making the board $2,700 in the bank, I like his odds here.
I'm going to say he is the only one of our field of 4 that does have a win. Everybody else is still a maiden. Our 2 horse is Charles Bolin. Will Drive does also own Kefaro. This is a gelding by Team 6, trained by James Bolin Jr. Again, has not had a win on the season, but has had 3 starts so far under his belt. Most recently at Marion, had a 2nd place finish, although he made a very early on, had a break behind the gate, but still ended up 2nd in 223 and 3. So he's probably still trying to figure things out. Originally was a $4,500 purchase out of the Blooded Horse sale.
All right, the 3, Fully Naughty. So Jessica Smith trains this horse for her daughter, Amelia. Austin Hanners is in the bike. This guy here made a mistake at Ottawa. Going to the quarter, Jason Beatty drove. I'm not really sure what that was about. I tried to get to a talk to Amelia earlier, but they had horses in, so I will definitely talk to her later this afternoon. She said she did like this colt. He does have trotting hobbles on, and this is his first start with Lasix.
How old is Amelia? Is she even 14?
Oh, I want to say she's 13, but I'll find out.
I'm going to say she's very young, regardless. But you talk about a little girl who loves a sport, and I have a lot of admiration for the Smiths. They're very good at taking a cheap horse and making it worth something.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Rounding out the 14th is our 4 horse, Wave of Perfection. Dylan Fagan in the bite for Brett Schwartz. This is a Long Tom gelding, originally a $9,500 purchase. A couple starts back at Circleville, did have a 3rd place finish in 2-12 and 3. 2 starts on the year with just that single 3rd place finish. Has made about $700 so far. Let's roll it up to Brian Georges.
They're off in their trotting and Winding Path and Kefiro are challenging for the lead. Inside 3, Fully Naughty. Away in 4, Wave of Perfection. As they line up in numerical order as they bank into the first turn. And Winding Path and Ed Greeno Jr. sets up shot by a length. Off stride went Fully Naughty in 3rd for Hanners. Through an opening 8th mile where Winding Path benefited from the inside position, went right to the front end. Right in there 2nd is Kefiro, tightening in 3rd, Wave of Perfection. And Fully Naughty's being a little naughty today, and he doesn't want to trot as they went through an opening quarter mile. Winding Path took him there in a leisurely 32 seconds flat, so the Enterprise gelding is being rated along nicely for Greeno. Kefiro getting a good trip in 2nd for Chuck Bolin, Wave of Perfection. He's tightened in nicely in 3rd for Dylan Fagan, and still off stride, Fully Naughty. They come in front of the fans in the stands for the first time, and Winding Path is on the lead by a length. Inside 2nd, Kefiro. Peeking to the outside and now committing first over under a few whip taps is Wave of Perfection. A half mile was in the books in 103 and 2/5, a 31 and 2 second quarter for Winding Path, and Greeno has got a nice hold of him, and he's opened up by 2. Kefiro trying to go on in 2nd for Chuck Bolin. Wave of Perfection still grinding on the outside in 3rd, and far back to Fully Naughty, who's now trotting for Austin Hanners. Heads are pointed towards 3/4, and Winding Path has a 3-length lead as off stride went Kefiro. Wave of Perfection moves up now into 2nd through 3/4 in 1:33 and 4, a 30 and 2/5 third quarter, and Winding Path is now pouring it on. He's opened up by 5. Inside 2nd, Wave of Perfection. Kefiro, he's rebounded from the break, and he's looking to move back into 2nd, but up front, Winding Path, he's got every call, and he's on top by 5. Winding Path is just going to cruise home from here. He could have won with a piano in his mouth. Winding Path by 4 lengths on the wire over Kefiro and Wave of Perfection.
All right, Winding Path takes the victory in the 14th. Ed Greeno Jr. 2:05 and 3/5 was the final time for that one. Ed Greeno Jr. He left this guy out of the gate hard, and he knew where he was going to go, protect a position very well, and made it a winning one.
He made it look like a pretty decent little training mile. You know, he didn't have to try very hard at all.
Right.
Only half of the field made breaks and half of the field stayed flat. So.
Yep. I had mentioned earlier, it's only a 4-horse field, and having these 2-year-olds like this, it's a lot easier for them to make it a training mile for money, which that's kind of how I feel. You're qualifying for money, basically. These guys here, it's a lot easier when there's less horses in there, you should say.
So Brian George's only announces here at Wilmington. This is his home base.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
How did he get into it? Did we talk about that?
We didn't, but we have a little bit time between now and then. I will find out.
Okay. Well, come back for the second card.
Yeah,
we'll
I have
some
my
answers
notebook
for
here.
You. Also, I have some stories from my time in Italy, and one in a roundabout way also involves the standardbred. So I don't know if we'll have time for it this early card, but we'll save for the next. But let's go back to our winner circle.
Out of the Cantab Hall mare Why I Did Hanover, owned by E.G. Trott of Findlay, Ohio, trained and driven by Ed Greeno Jr. Your winner, Winding Path, is 4 start. His second victory, he establishes a lifetime mark of 2:05 3/5.
See, like he's...
Your Buckley Brothers trophy for the fastest division will go to the Robert Werner Stable, who put down that 2:02 mile earlier today with Tony Paco. Once again, want to thank Buckley Brothers for their sponsorship of the Clinton County Fair. Results are official. Number 1, Winding Path, the race winner. The 2, Kafiro 2. 3, Fully Naughty 4. The 4, Wave of Perfection 3. 1, 2, 4, 3 on the bottom, 32 seconds. 103 and 2. 133 and 4. 2:05 3/5.
Winding Path, like he's a 2-year-old, he's an enterprise. He's half the size of some of them guys I've seen earlier. Bless his little heart, but he is a trotting machine, that guy.
We're going to have to give Jeremy some crap. He did not put that blanket on very well.
You're in trouble, mister.
Listen, I don't know, hopefully this will make sense to a few of our listeners. Not everybody can be Jimmy Byers.
That's right. So let's talk about the next generation.
Okay.
Last weekend at Scioto Downs. So we were broadcasted. You can go watch it on the Fox version of Next Generation on YouTube. America's Day at the Races. So I'm gonna put that link on our feed here.
We also have it should be on our YouTube. So we also do a Saturday night at the Live. OHHA does.
Perfect.
And we can go back to our YouTube as well. I believe it was Frank and Jay Wolf who came down for that. Do you remember? We're not there. Okay.
I don't know either.
Somebody.
I
know Frank was on air.
So, yeah, you can go there and watch it, which is super neat. Those horses were on their toes. So, kudos to each and every one of those trainers, drivers, grooms. It was an amazing race. Burke, he's got a couple in each division, and he also, they all work their tails off, and those horses, they are the next generation. That's exactly what they are, and it's spectacular to watch.
It is, and especially this early in the season. But something, Jasmine, maybe not everybody realizes is those horses aren't the only top of the top. There are some people who don't want to go that speed that early on. Somebody who's coming to mind right now that I know we did a freshman focus on that has blown me away is Deb Schwartz, and they have a Ready for Money colt, Ready Russell. I think he's a Ready for Money colt. I would assume.
I'm assuming.
I believe his name is Ready Russell, and he is a monster. He didn't start the next gen. So, I mean, we have plenty of talent all across the board, big and small, not just Burke or Morgan or you name it.
Right. And, the next generation, that's a big chunk of money.
Oh, yeah.
And it's so early. Like, kudos to those guys that do it because, that's what we want to watch. We want to watch horse racing, and that is a prime definition of horse racing. So, yeah, there's a lot of trainers that have some hidden gems that haven't really came out yet. Qualifiers, you look up on the USTA and you see a couple qualifying very nicely. You know, Ronnie Gillespie win the Next Generation with that trot and colt.
That is 2 in a row for Ronnie.
That's 2 in a row for Ronnie. Like,
he's figured out his trot and colts.
Yes,
he really
has. So, you know, kudos to those guys, but there's more. You know, the breeding operation here in Ohio is endless.
Right.
So,
right. Let's take a quick break. It looks like we have a couple on the track for our 15th. It's going to be a field of 5, but we're going to head to a commercial for just a moment.
Make summer memories this year at the Ohio County Fairs. The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association will be live streaming every race this year, and we want you to be there. Be a part of the excitement with the 2025 Ohio County Fair Racing Passport. Stop by the OHHA broadcast location in the grandstand to pick up your passport and stamp. Get stamps at every fair you attend. Prizes will be awarded to those that attend the most racing programs. Get your passport at the first fair you attend or call the OHHA office at 614-221-3650. Harness Racing, the fastest ride at the fair.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC oil. It makes a world of difference.
Race 15.
all right, we are back. Race 14. This is the 6th and final division of the 2-year-old colt and gelding pacers. Let's start from the top, Ashley. Just a Legend. Brett Schwartz sends this guy's out. Oh, okay, sorry. I thought he was going with the post parade. I was like, I didn't even see him. Okay, so he is a bit of a legend. Brett Schwartz is going to send this guy out. Luke Hanners is going to drive. He's had 2 starts at the he's had 2 qualifiers at the bigger track of the Scioto, which is a 5/8. He was 6th at Circleville, paced in 2.6 with Luke Hanners on the bike as well. So let's see what this guy can do off the rail today.
Looks like we are gathering for a post parade. So I'm a little.
I think we're missing a couple.
Are we?
Yeah.
Oh, he's coming. All right, we'll still take a look at the 2 if I cut myself short here. Jeff Nysonger trains and drives. There's our. Just kidding. We're going to give it over to Brian to give us the quick rundown, and then we'll go back into further detail.
Starters are out. Back for today's 6th division of the Fiesta Veracruz 2-year-old colt and gelding pace. 1 in the field, Just a Legend, Luke Hanners. Number 2, our colt of many color, Jeff Nysonger. Number 3, Velocity of Fire, Andre Nard. Number 4 is Dougie Flynn, Trent Tharps Jr. And number 5, Chattahoochee, Colton Noble in his sulky. The 5 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers will be at the post in 2 minutes.
All right, going back to our 2-horse, our colt of many color. I watched him warm up. It's really hard to miss that roan out there. I don't see too many anymore, though. We've seen the last, 2 or 3 years, we've had pintos, we've had roans.
Pintos, roans, whites.
Look at us expanding as a breed.
Yes, we're doing it.
So there we go. Our colt of many colors, Jeff Nysonger, trains and drives this gelding by Fool Me Once out of a Whitefish Falls mare, our gray girl, owned right here out of Wilmington. I believe it's Sis Racing. Has had 2 starts on the year, 1 that's knocking on the door. Most recently had a 2nd place finish at Ottawa. Tried to go wire to wire, got a little tired, went that mile in 2:04 flat.
Velocity of Fire is a 3 Andre Nard drives for trainer Todd Luther. This is a $43,000 purchase from the Ohio Select Sale. Velocity Gigi is Velocity of Fire's mother, and this is a first foal. So we have 1 start at Circleville, and he was 3rd at mile 2:08.4.
Our 4-horse is Dougie Flynn. Trent Tharps Jr. trains and drives for James Cargo of Mara, Ohio. This is another gelding by Fool Me Once. This is the very first start on the year. Did have a qualifier at Scioto just a couple of weeks ago. Kind of just took it easy. Really got away 8th and stayed 8th. Went in 2:04 and 2.
The 4, Chattahoochee. This is a lather up by Hoochie Girl out of a Mr. Big mare. Ryan Miller sends this horse out for Colton Noble to drive. Let's see. Scioto went to Hoosier Park and qualified and came back to Scioto. So let's head it up to Brian for the race.
Things into the stretch, and here they come. They're off. From the inside, Just a Legend opens up a length advantage over our colt of many color. Inside third, Dougie Flynn and Chattahoochee, and back to the early breaker, Velocity of Fire. Around the turn they go, and Luke's got Just a Legend on the point by 2 lengths. Our colt of many color goes along in second. 4 lengths further back to Dougie Flynn in third, and Chattahoochee patiently handled here for Colton Noble, but now he moves to the outside around the gapping. Dougie Flynn up front, Just a Legend by a length. Took him through an opening quarter-mile station in 29 1/5, so they mean business up front. The pace is solid as Just a Legend is there a length. Our colt of many color, a tight second for Nicesonger. Inside 3, Chattahoochee, and another 2 back to Dougie Flynn. 3/8 of a mile in the books, and they come in front of the fans and the stands the first time, and Just a Legend is going to try to take them all the way as Luke Hanners looks for another one on the card. Our colt of many colors continues to look him over from second, and Chattahoochee third, Dougie Flynn fourth. The half was on the board, 59 3/5 seconds, a 30 2/5 second quarter breather for Just a Legend, who's still there by a length and a half. Our colt of many colors is going to try to gun him down as Luke kicked the plugs, and Just a Legend is asked for more down the backside. Still in third, Chattahoochee, Dougie Flynn. Far back to the breaker, Velocity of Fire. Out of the pocket comes our colt of many colors, Just a Legend inside. On the outside, our colt of many colors, 3/4, 129 2, and they pace the turn like a team. On the inside, Just a Legend. On the outside, our colt of many colors looks to surge by on the grandstand side, trying to fight on Just a Legend. Outside, our colt of many color. Inside, Just a Legend. Our colt of many colors looked him in the eye and went right on by. Our colt of many colors takes the 15th for Jeff Nicesonger, and 158 3/5.
That is 2 on the card for Jeff today. What'd they say final time? 58
158 and 3, I believe.
Oh, 3, okay.
So that was one of the nicer miles we've put up so far, at least since I've hopped on.
Yep. The first 2 races, I think, went in 57, but...
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. So our colt of many color, he kind of got the pocket ride until Jeff said, all right, this is enough. And
Luke had his hands full coming from the grandstand for the first time with that half. I thought that horse was, I mean, don't get me wrong, he still looked good. That our one horse, Just a Legend. But I really thought Luke had a ton of horse left, and Jeff just had more.
Yeah, the Just a Legend, you know, like I've been raving about these huge horses. You know, this guy, he's a tiny tot, but you know his legs were going so fast, and he meant it. Like he wanted to win coming through that turn. They, just like Brian said, they were pacing as a team. So good job to that horse and that crew. But our colt of many colors out of the Jeff Nicesonger stable with a Wilmington native as owners. So hopefully we see them in the winner's circle today. Here he is coming back to the winner's circle now.
While we're waiting for Brian to hop back on, should mention our 3 horse made a break. Velocity. Well, let's go to Brian.
Of the 6th division of the Fiesta Veracruz 2-year-old colt and gelding pace, and that winner is number 2, our colt of many color. The Roan Gelding by Fool Me Once out of the Whitefish Falls mare, Our Gray Girl, owned by CIS Racing LLC right here in Wilmington, Ohio. Jeff Nicesonger, the trainer, Jeff Nicesonger in the sulky. 2-year-old colt establishes a lifetime mark of 158 3/5. Your fastest division will go to the Rose Stable Yankees Mo earlier on with that 157 and 2 mile. Once again, want to thank Fiesta Veracruz, their first-time sponsor here at the Clinton County Fair. Results are official. For race 15, the 1, Just a Legend, 2. The 2, Our Colt of Many Color, the race winner. 3, Velocity of Fire, 5. 4, Dougie Flynn, 4. The 5, Chattahoochee, 3. 2, 1, 5, 4, 3 on the bottom, 29 and 1, 59 and 3, 129 and 2, 158, 3/5. On to your afternoon finale.
All right, so finishing my thoughts there, our 3-horse who ended up 5th, Velocity of Fire, made a break behind the gate, but I do think he had some equipment issues. It looks like his check either come undone or completely broke. I'm not sure if you saw closer than that than I did, Jasmine.
Yeah, I seen when Andre kind of got him back pace in there, he did have an overcheck, either was broken or it did came off, but most likely he will be charted with broken equipment, so hopefully that was an uncharacteristic break for him, but not his fault.
So there we go, 158 and 3, our winner, our Colt of Many Color, wrapping us up for the penultimate. Now we're going to move on to race 16 of 16 in our early card. It is the Ohio Pacing Derby, the Hunter Myers Memorial. Going to have a field of 6. Nobody is out yet, so we'll give them just a moment. Let's hear a message from our sponsors.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
The Fayette County Fair is back July 14th through the 19th, and that means the community night at the races. Enjoy an evening of great harness racing Wednesday, July 16th. Post time is 5 p.m. Everyone that enters the grandstand receives a free raffle ticket for their chance to win great prizes. Plus, wiener dog races. Community night at the races is presented by the Fayette County Agricultural Society and Fayette County Travel and Tourism Bureau. Don't miss the Fayette County Fair.
Welcome back. Thanks for joining myself, Ashley Daly, and Jasmine Arnold beside me. Jasmine, how you feeling after your first full card? What do you think?
Oh, it's
You're here.
I'm here, and it's not too hot. And I like the heat, so I can't be a crybaby about that.
No. I will disagree with that.
Listen, if you're riding at Scioto 5 nights a week and you're standing out there sweating, it doesn't really bother you. But no, I actually like it. It's something different, and I can talk about the horses and not just watch them all the time.
Yeah, no, and that's something that even when I think we've had Jenna Otten a couple times, and you guys get such a different view.
Yes.
Of course, we have our fair horses that will really just be our fair horses. But anymore, that used to be the case. Like, fair horses were fair horses, OSS were OSS horses, BSS, now in the last couple of years has made its entrance. But we're all over the board now. People just race to race. There isn't one thought process.
And the thing that gets me, a lot of horses with the northern circuit, which I'm not really sure what that is, but they'll race them like every 3 or 4 days, and then they come to Scioto.
Yeah. A lot of those are OFRC.
OFRC, okay.
Yeah, you probably grew up in the OCRA too. Well, grew up.
Yes.
You spent a lot of time in the OCRA.
Spent a lot of time, yes.
Oh, I am biased. This is one of my... OCRA is my favorite circuit. That's just because those are the fairs that those were my stomping grounds.
Right.
But now working for OHHA, the OFRC, the Ohio Fair Listen, I'm going to start rattling them off and not even know what they mean. OFRC Racing Circuit. Is it Ohio Fair Racing Circuit?
I don't know. Where's your book?
I don't know. And it is.
But
that's the one that we handle a lot in the OHHA office. We take the stakes, the nomination and things like that. So we have our hands on that one. I am not very familiar with the Southern Valley.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the Southern Valley. Now, I have went to a couple of those tracks and drove.
Oh, yes. I didn't even think about that.
So I do know kind of, that situation there. And the OSRC, I drove at a ton of these fairs as well. So I guess that's my home circuit as well.
Jeremy Moore is from the Southern Valley.
Yes, originally.
Yes. So I hopped on him. He hopped on with me, whatever you want to say, at Piketon last year.
Yep.
And he knew much more than I did when it comes to the people. And it is like, it's really fun when we have people who are from the areas because they know the history so much more in depth, and that is such a staple in what we do, right? The tradition of what we do all around these fairs.
And, I've been around and I've drove since 2017 here in Ohio, but I was laughing yesterday because I was like in the barn area, which I usually am, but I wanted to know more about this person and that person. And, I do know these people and, I know most of their horses and this, that, and whatever, but I want to know more about them.
Mm-hmm.
I see them on the track when they check up their horse and they're like, hey, he's your problem now.
Yeah. good thing.
Right. So, it's really cool to get to know everybody. We're a big community. We're a big family. And it's nice to kind of get to know everybody a little bit more.
And what a perfect segue, talking about us being a community and a big family. We really saw not even just Ohio horsemen, but everybody, the entire industry, even international, really rallied behind the loss of Hunter Myers.
Yes, ma'am.
So going into race 16, this is the Ohio Pacing Derby, the Hunter Myers Memorial. Looks like we have almost everybody. I think four or five on the track. This is going to be a 6-horse field. We have horses from all over the board, some with over almost 500,000. But some that are really just starting out have less than 10,000 on their card.
Yes, they do. Also, I got wind earlier that the Ohio Pacing Derby, which is a signature series. Let's go to the post parade, and then we'll talk about this after.
Starters are out and on the track for today's final race of our early card, the Signature Series, sponsored by StandingStallions.com, Brian George's stable, the Ohio Pacing Derby. Number 1, W.D. Frisky. Trained by Tyler Tinch, career earnings $9,000 with a mark of 155. Number 1, W.D. Frisky. Number 2, Johnny Seedrop, trained by Terry Mount Pleasant, driven by Colton Noble. Lifetime mark 153 and 4, earnings of $17,000. Number 3, Ollie's Rockin', trained by Ken Hurst, driven by Michael Richardson Jr. Career earnings of over $100,000 with a lifetime mark of 152 4/5. Number 4, Center of It All, Luke Hanners, for his mom Alicia. Lifetime earnings $174,000 with a lifetime record of 151 and 3/5. Number 5, Western Ready, trained by Scott Ferguson, driven by Conley Newberry. 18 career victories and an earnings of over $200,000 with a lifetime record of 151. And number 6, Ashley Locazin, the 11-year-old Bettor's Delight Gelding, is trained by Tommy Jones, driven by Roy Wilson. Lifetime earnings of over $400,000 with a record of 151 1/5. The Signature Series, we brought it back thanks to a grant from the OHA.
All right, so we were talking about the Ohio Pacing Derby. So one of the Wilmington natives have told me earlier, let me see if I can find it here. So there is a big box of goodies, a $100 gift card, and a big picture from Conrad. Actually, there he is, Jason Moore. He is going to present that. So the Standing Stallions, they stand Fear the Dragon, Force and Fury, Songo's Dream, and Catch the Fire. Oh, he's Okay. Anyway, so later on this, before the last race and the last card, Jason said he wants to come up and kind of talk about that a little bit more. So we'll have Jason explain that a little bit more to us, but that's what that is.
And so the Ohio Pacing Derby, OHJ has some notes. So
yes,
I will say, not sure where they came from, but the Ohio Pacing Derby was a major race in the 1950s and 60s. Today we're going for a purse of $4,300, more or less. Looks like we're going behind the gate already, so we'll go really quick down our field. WD Frisky is Jason Beatty in the bike. Tyler Tench trains. This is the first start on the year. Just last year had 16 starts, however, with one win. Has made $9,200 in a lifetime and has a mark in 155 and 2.
Awesome. The 2, Johnny C. Drop, Terry Mount Pleasant owns and trains, sends this horse out for Colton Noble to drive. Did have a mistake last time out and did not finish, so we'll kind of count that one out.
Let's roll it up to Brian Georges for the 16th.
They're off in there pacing, and Colton said go, and Johnny C-Drop pushed the gate away, and he opens up to an early one-length advantage, looking to pocket up his center of it all, and he slid in there for Hanners. Away nicely in third was Ollie's Rockin', and now parked and pressing is Western Ready. It's 2 further back to WD Frisky, and the early trailer is Ashley Locaz in, and down the backside they go for the quarter. It's Johnny's C-Drop by a length. In their second, center of it all, Western Ready. He hasn't seen a pylon yet, and he looks to tuck in now into fourth as sliding up the rail was Ollie's Rockin'. They opened up here in 28 and 2 as Johnny's C-Drop still has him by a length. Center of it all in there nicely for Luke Hanners in second. Ollie's Rockin' 3, Western Ready 4, WD Frisky peeks to the outside for Beatty, and then Ashley Locaz as they come in front of the fans and the stands the first time. And off stride went WD Frisky. A half mile was stepped off for Johnny C. Dropped in 57 and 1, a 28 and 4 second quarter. Anxious in the pocket is center of it all, and Luke gave him his cue, and he comes to the outside. Johnny C. Drop inside, center of it all. He's popped the pocket, heads are pointing towards 3/4, and they drive down the backside. Colton kicked out the plugs on Johnny C. Drop. 2 further back to Ollie's Rockin'. Inside, Ashley Locaz and Western Ready. 3/4 in the books and 126 and 2, and they're rolling as a team around the turn. Inside, Johnny C. Drop on the outside. Center of it all will not go away. And now looking 3 wide is Ollie's Rockin'. 3 abreast, and who's the best in the Signature Series? On the far outside, Ollie's Rockin'. On the inside, Johnny C. Drop. These 3 in between, center of it all. But on the grandstand side, Ollie's Rockin' scores the upset in the Ohio Pacing Derby in 156.
156 flat off of a half and 57 and 1. Ollie's Rockin' watched all of the damage done early, and he picked up the pieces coming down the stretch.
So a lot of times on these small tracks, front end speed will hold up, but you got to be able to close. And frankly, we had a half and 57. There were some, and on a small track like this, that of course, we do have trainers year round, but still, you don't see those kind of times.
No, you don't see those. And I will say that this is probably one of the faster county fairs. Beyond Greenville, I mean, really the Dark County Fair, I feel is more like a parimutuel track than it is.
I think of there's 4 major tracks in Ohio that can really produce some speed. But frankly, this is a nice little track. It gets the job done, but this isn't one of those.
Correct.
Absolute exciting finish in the Ohio Pacing Derby. They lined up 3 across the track, and in the end, Ollie's Rockin' is your
Brian was
winner. For trainer Ken Hurst and driver Michael Richardson Jr.
It was very tight for
second and third.
I'm not sure who got that. I do think maybe the 4 held on for a second, but we'll wait for that official rundown. Regardless, very smart drive.
Yeah, that was very smart, very smart. This guy here, he has a Q&F license, so he doesn't drive at the pari-mutuel tracks at the age of 44. Michael Richardson, I'm not sure I know him. Do you know him?
I do not, and he's in, is it Carlo? What is,
no,
what are those, whose colors are those?
Croft.
Ah, yes, okay.
Anthony Croft. Which would be
talk
Tony
about
Croft.
it, yeah.
Yes.
Talk about a hoot and holler.
Yes. He is probably one of my favorites. Me and Ashley were talking during that last race, and we got to thinking, you know, Brian Georges, he announces here, and this is, you know, one of his home tracks, and he's actually sponsored this last race here, and he does an awesome job.
He's very good. I love listening to him. I wish he picked up a few more fairs.
Me too. So back up to Brian for the winner circle.
Beach Boy mare, My Girl Maddie, owned, trained, Kenneth Hurst, Dayton, Ohio. Michael Richardson Jr., his first victory in the sulky in 2025. He pulls off the upset, drives just an absolutely picture-perfect race, and had all the pace down the center of the track late. Congratulations to Kenny Hurst and Ollie's Rockin', who take the Ohio Pacing Derby in 156. While we don't have a blanket, Mr. Hurst and the Connections are being presented a gift basket and a gift card courtesy of StandingStallions.com. And we really appreciate their support of the Signature Series races here at the Clinton County Fair. The Hunter Myers Memorial is in, and it belongs to Ollie's Rockin', trainer Kenneth Hurst, driver Michael Richardson Jr. Congratulations, guys. Number 1, WD Frisky, 6. The 2, Johnny Seedrop, 3. The 3, Ollie's Rockin', the race winner. The 4, Center of It All, 2. The 5, Western Ready, 5. And the 6, Ashley Locaz, 4. 6, 3, 1, 2, 5, 4 on the bottom. 28 and 2, 57 and 1, 126 and 2, 156. That wraps up our racing for our early card. Please join us back at 5
That is the first seasonal win for Ollie's Rockin'. That's 15 starts so far in the year and has finally notched a victory.
Such a cool little horse. I enjoy watching him at Scioto. He's got a little attitude of his own, and you know, Kenneth does the training and the grooming, so that's super neat to watch.
And we didn't get to talk too much about this field, but I mean, this horse he shows a little bit of pace. 3 back, he went in 51 in a piece.
Yeah,
you know.
I mean, he does well, and he does his work. I mean, he's actually, look at him, no earplugs, and
honest.
Yes,
he's honest.
yes, he is.
I think he paid $16 to win. So if anybody was playing a little bit, not a terrible bet to make. But there we go. We have finally wrapped up 16 of 16 for our first card here at Clinton County Fair in Wilmington. Make sure you join us in just a couple of hours. Actually, we're going to hop on a little bit earlier, so post time is 5 p.m. for our second card. We're going to take a break, but we're going to hop on early, maybe around 4:45 or so. Jasmine and I will be back. We have a special presentation. We have some 4-H kids going to make their way to the track, and I think, Jasmine, you've got some info on that. You'll share.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
You'll share later on, and hopefully plenty more stories to come. I'm going to share my standardbred story from Italy.
Yes, yes.
And it's been fun. Jasmine, I'm looking forward to more.
Yeah, I can't wait. Thanks, Ashley.
All right, guys, so check us back here shortly, and we'll see you soon.